by Technopro's Surrogate Ventures Private Limited, and I would like to welcome all the guests, the eminent personalities that make today possible. You got to understand that entrepreneurs are the future, that they are creating a stronger future, a brighter future. So to all of you, you have my salute because you're making our future brighter. Without further ado, I would first and foremost like to say that 2020 has been a challenging year for all of us, but 2021 looks bright like today, and with all of you present here, it's going to be awesome. So, Startup Carnival 3.0, Technopreneurs Surrogate Ventures Private Limited. This is Eastern India's largest startup festival. But without further ado, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Meghdud Roy Chaudhary, Chairperson of the Entrepreneurs Committee of BCCNI and Director of Global Operations Techno India Group for the inaugural address. Meghdud, the mic's all yours.
Thank you very much, Orko. Very warm welcome. Thank you everyone for turning up today in large numbers. It's, I think, for most of us, our first physical event. And it's been a long time since I've seen so many people standing in front. I think one of the things I've complained about the most during the pandemic has been the fact that you can't interact with your audience through those little boxes on Zoom. So I'm very glad that these are not little boxes and we have stepped out of the box. We're literally out of the box right now. And we're here at Startup Carnival 3.0. So thank you everyone for coming and supporting the event. It's going to be a long day of activities. We're starting off this inaugural session and we're very glad that so many dignitaries have given their kind consent to be amongst us. And it's going to be a day of great learning for all of us, irrespective of if you are an entrepreneur, if you are an investor, if you are an ecosystem enabler, whoever you are, however you are associated with the world of entrepreneurship, today is going to be a special day. Let me tell you why as well. So when I moved back to India in 2017, one of the first things I noticed was the abject lack of an ecosystem for potentially wannabe entrepreneurs, people who wanted to take up the challenge of entrepreneurship in this part of the country. Every time I would meet people, the first thing they would say is, but West Bengal to entrepreneurship hoy na, West Bengal there is no startup ecosystem. You should go to Bangalore. I think you should consider going to Pune. Why not Bombay or Delhi? So that hurt me, you know, as somebody who loves this city so much and somebody who loves, wants to, the only reason I came back was to do something for the state of West Bengal as well. I thought that it needs to change, the narrative needs to change. And so in our little way, we started Technopreneur Surrogate Ventures, which was meant to serve as the innovation arm of Techno India Group, but as a separate legal entity. And through this program, we, through very small steps, we started pre-incubation programs for Techno India University and college students. We started doing incubation programs for students from outside of our institutions. And then at some point, we realized that there is also no body, here I mean body as no organization, which can help connect various members of the startup world. And that's when we started doing roadshows across the east and northeast, northeast of India. And eventually what ended up happening was we started consulting various outfits, various institutions, NITs, IIMs, IITs on how to create startup ecosystems within their networks, as well as to connect with external stakeholders from the industry itself. And it's been 3 years. That's why this is Startup Carnival 3.0 since we started that first program. But it's been 4 years of Technopreneurs itself. Gives me immense joy to know that we have incubated and mentored more than 500 startups at this point. But that's not the real pleasure in it. I think the real pleasure is not in the numbers ever. The real pleasure lies in the fact, for example, for me personally, to know that one of the only first and only startup which went on to get incubated at Y Combinator, which is one of the world's biggest incubators / accelerators in the Silicon Valley, was a startup that we had mentored, Tag Mango, which was born out of Calcutta, Divyanshu Damani, and first year student of Techno India University, Mohammad Hassan, 2013 batch. These guys went on to create India's first homegrown nano-influencer platform, and then they went on to get incubated at Y Combinator. And for me, that is a moment of pride, to know that we are setting an image somewhere where it's not just about, oh, West Bengal entrepreneurship hoy na, but West Bengal prothom entrepreneurs and startup which went on to Y Combinator were ones that we supported from Technopreneurs. So for me, that's a moment of pride. Another quick little point before we move on to the rest of the session and the session of learning, as we mentioned before, this place that we're doing the event is also a place that is of significance here, because we are talking about innovation today. We're talking about the way forward. We're talking about doing things during distress, when people were afraid during the last year, during the pandemic. People were afraid of taking risks. People were afraid of going the extra mile because everyone was worried about what would happen if you go out, and they were worried for themselves, their lives. But I am very proud of being the person with a team which were completely okay and very excited about creating this place that we're at, this rooftop, within 15 days, completely do it yourself, with all the 35 people that we have working at Offbeat CCU. And it's been an amazing pleasure working with this team, where we created this cafe, and it's 25,000 people have come to this cafe in the last 4 months. And I take that as a huge, achievement for ourselves, for all of us, and for the ecosystem of Calcutta, that where there's a will, there's a way. Irrespective of if there's a pandemic, if there's the COVID crisis, if there's any crisis, innovation will keep happening, and young people will lead the way for tomorrow. So thank you very much for coming to Startup Carnival 3.0 and looking for an amazing day of learning all together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Meghdut. That was a very endearing speech. And yes, where there is a will, there is a way. And I think entrepreneurs, in their essence, actually make that possible, make that statement 100% possible, because where there is a will, there is a way. I would seriously like to take this time to thank our sponsors, our hospitality partner, none other than Offbeat CCU, event sponsor, One House Designs, and National Stock Exchange. Also, I would like to thank our ecosystem partner, NASCOM, TAI Kolkata, Free Flow, Neotech Hub, Venture Catalyst, IIC, Techno India Universities, eCell, Y East, BCC, and our gift partner, Twirl. But the next person that we would like to call on stage is the man of the hour, because I always had a great, you can almost say that this is a fanboy movement, because I have been a fan of this man since I got to know him in my previous career. And believe me, he makes things possible. So please, I would like for you to put your hands together for our chief guest, none other than Shri Debashish Sen, Chairman cum Managing Director, HITCO. Sir, I would like to request you and invite you to say a couple of words. I would seriously give the mic to you, because you have made so many things possible.
Mr. Gautam Rajchandri, Mrs. Gautam Rajchandri, and all other dignitaries, including, of course, the chairman, Meghdut. I was commenting while having coffee that it's very difficult to talk first, but I was second, so I'll take off from where Meghdut left. Hello? Yeah, this is better. So Meghdut left on, having a cafe of 25,000 people and being innovative. I'll start from that. In Newtown, we run. We means HITCO, we means Government of West Bengal, we means I. So we means I, so that coffee house and cafe Kante is a huge thing that we run. There's a story behind that. There's no time to share. If you are interested, call me another day. So this COVID was there, and there was this directive from the government that you can't lay off people. So while Park Hotel was laying off people, while Grand Hotel was laying off people, while Novotel was laying off people, we couldn't. So what to do? So we innovated. We bought a few charpoys, as they call in Hindi, khatia, they will call it in Bengali. It's really for Pauline. If you don't know, it's a bamboo thing, and it's made out of ropes in between so that you don't fall down. You always sink a little so that it's difficult to get up. And that is the point. It's so difficult to get up, you keep on having more and more cups of tea. Point is, people were not willing to get inside hotels, air-conditioned places, because they thought they would catch the virus. So what did we do? We said, where do people enjoy food other than this rooftop where we are in when going out? That's in dhabas, on the highways. There is never a dearth of people having a great doodh chai and a dhaba chai. It's a special type of chai. We even got that chef there. And we put on a few charpoys. We named it, it was named earlier Cafe Ajante. Ajante is a name given by Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. So we changed cafe to dhaba. And a few cutout tires and a few other wares of selfie zones. And we brought in the driving community. There's one Kolkata on wheels. So we called them all over for a free evening snacks. And they all came in. And I said, all you have to do, ask your friends to come here, enjoy the dhaba breakfast, and go out on your journey to Diamond Harbour or wherever you are. Believe me, from that day on, there were so much covered, and all the other restaurants in the region were languishing. Dhaba Ajante till today continues to draw thousands and thousands of people, just because we responded with innovation. We responded to a clientele who like to have food on charpoys. A similar kind of a thing we like to say is applicable everywhere, talking about innovation that Meghdut talked of. In the field of sustainability, of which Pauline is the greatest ambassador I've ever seen on earth. So we are trying, I am trying very much, and I am happy to share with you that Newtown is Platinum Certified Green City. I am not saying, IGBC is saying that. But we got only 84 marks out of 100, and I am determined to reach at least 95, so we are working even more. And one of the things that we are trying is to have one market. There are 10 markets in Newtown, one market plastic free. And we called in an NGO, could have been your startup. And we asked them, first do a study how much plastic, suppose I make it no plastic. You know how plastic is bad, wheels stick in, all drains get clogged. You must be all aware of that. And it turned out that they buy plastics worth 100 kgs every month. And to substitute that with alternatives, that is jute bags or cloth bags or whatever is allowed under the pollution laws, it's going to cost roughly 1 to 1.5 lakhs of rupees per month. Lesson 1, we have engaged somebody and we have said that we'll pay this money. The traders, the shopkeepers will continue to pay whatever they had to for buying these 100 kilos of plastic. They'll pay the same amount. It can't be given free, but instead of the plastic, we'll give them environment-friendly thing. Now somebody asked me, but how can you sustain? From the project fund, from the smart city fund, I can sustain for 2 years. Mind you, that amounts to about 24 lakhs of rupees for one market, 27 shops only. We are talking of plastic free. This is the cost involved. So if you have this kind of money, and I'm again glad that Meghdut is thinking of something about giving some fund to the startups for doing this. And then I started, where do I buy it from? I want to buy out of my own money, that is NKDS money, that is Smart Fund money, of giving alternatives to traders at the same cost they were paying. Not one extra paisa to the machwala, because he wouldn't take. His economy would go. So he will spend the same thing, but I'll give him a sustainable alternative. So we'll spend this 1 lakh rupees per month. But where to buy it from? There's no market. So I said, because there is no demand, there is no market. And if there is a market, if producers produce, the prices will go down, then everybody will go for plastic alternatives. This is our game plan. So friends, from startup friends out here, with Meghdut's money, try and make cheap plastic alternatives. I will buy it from you, promise. So your startup, if you can produce, and they're asking absurd amounts of money. You know, one cloth bag, they're saying, nicely printed of course, they're saying 20 rupees, and the equivalent size plastic bag is costing 52 paisa. How will you do? So, but if you gradually cut down the gap, it will gain popularity, and competition breeds economy. We have to create a market. No producer will get into a plastic alternative thing if there are no buyers. So we have started becoming buyers. Now it's your duty, the startup community, to produce things. And as you do so, more efficient ways, it will come down. And this is roughly the message that I want to give, is that please get into this sustainability business, not subsidy, not doya, not kindness, not charity. It is hardcore business because plastic is illegal under the act. People, if you want to murder people, that's fine. But if you don't want to break the law, you have to do these things, and there is a huge market, and why not go in for this and make a little sum for your little enterprise as well. So whether it's a dhaba, whether it's a sustainability, there is always a market for innovation, there is always a market for other things. And I will end with something that we were also discussing about the coffee house in Newtown that we did, talking about coffee. I'm saying only because Meghdud raised it. So he talked about coffee. So I'll talk about coffee house. And how did we come about? Very short. It's a long story. Again, you have to invite me some other day. But the point is, we made the price level absolutely fantastic. 20 rupees for a cup of coffee entry level. And people are so amazed with this kind of thing. You go to Coffee Day, 139 rupees. I don't know how much they charge it here. So 20 rupees, bread omelette, very substantial food. I remembered my days. Madam was very kind enough to be there on the opening day. She was the chief guest, one of the chief guests. And, therefore, it's so crowded. People forgot about pandemic. People forgot about corona. They just went there to relive the past and at that affordable price range. My pricing manager, we have within the system somebody who takes cost of everything and say, yehi cost hoga. He said, sir, we can't do. I said, you have to do. If there's a loss, I will bear it. You don't have to bother. And believe me, it is only less than 2 months old. It's 1 month and 3 weeks old. In the first month itself, I have got a surplus. I won't tell you, but I have got a surplus. Lakhs of rupees of surplus, sirs and madams. You have to understand. Give coffee at 20 rupees, you will earn 20 lakhs. Don't try to kill your golden goose. That's a moral, and that's what I want to say at last. There is a golden rainbow at the end, but don't try to take it all at once. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And as I told you, it's a fan by moment because I have been a fan of this man since the day I first met him in one of the events that I was hosting previously. And as I said, I hope you are taking down notes because when great minds sit together, they diverge a lot of ideas, and that was a lot of ideation happening in the same sentence. So I hope that you have taken down notes. Now, when we talk about entrepreneurship, when we talk about leadership, the greatest leaders in the world follow by example. They first do, then they ask. And I have always seen the greatest leaders in this world and read, I think you will also agree, that if they have not tread on the path, they will not ask you to walk on it because they know what it takes to actually be that person. And entrepreneurs, as sir said, are innovators, are creators, and sometimes in the initial stages are strugglers because their struggle makes it worth it. It makes everything worth it. So next we have the man who actually led by example. So I would like our chief mentor, Professor Dr. Gautam Roy Chaudhary, founder chairman of Techno India Group and chancellor of Techno India University, to say some words, because I think the man who led by example should also say something to actually fuel the ideations of today's generation. Sir.
Very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and all the budding technopreneurs here. I don't like to deliver a speech. All of you are here. I think you are motivated to become an entrepreneur. I will tell two small stories of my life to inspire you. If there is a will, there is a way. So, just I will present two small stories in front of you. And I am grateful a lot of people supported us to reach here. I started with 5 rupees only in the year of 1985. 5 rupees. And how I developed that, now we have the world's largest educational consortium with 22 engineering colleges, 4 universities, 2 upcoming medical colleges, 3 super specialty hospitals, 30 public schools, 20 research labs, and so many things, including this offbeat, etc., so many things. It requires actually 300 years to develop. And I have developed with the support of my team, with our co-chairman, Mrs. Roy Chaudhary, Meghdut, Pauline, and I am grateful to 2 persons here. One is Mr. Devashish Sen. 22 years back, he has supported me directly by giving land at Newtown. And within 7 days, he given a land, and there we have developed 1 college and 1 university there. Sister Nivedita University. And one my friend, Mr. Hori, he supported me at that time. And how, I will explain it. In the year of 1984, at that time, just we have some small computer centers. I used to come every day from Hooghly. Hooghly is our native place. And one day, one evening, I am returning back to Hooghly. I have purchased ঝালমুড়ি। তখন পকেটে পয়সা ছিল না, 4 আনা তখন দাম ছিল, 4 আনা ঝালমুড়ি। ঝালমুড়ি কিনে, ঝালমুড়িটা খাওয়ার পর ওই নিউজ পেপার দিয়ে প্যাকেট তৈরি করত। তো নিউজ পেপারে দেখলাম একটা অ্যাডভার্টাইজমেন্ট রয়েছে। একটা আমার তখন আমরা খুব জাস্ট শুরু করেছি, জাস্ট কি করব at your stage. We are thinking how we can reach to a big stage. The ঝালমুড়ির প্যাকেটের উপরে দেখলাম একটা অ্যাডভার্টাইজমেন্ট রয়েছে, পুনা ইউনিভার্সিটি, they are organizing a just entrepreneurs skill development in image processing. তখন আমার মনে হলো যে এটা যদি আমরা অ্যাটেন্ড করি তাহলে এখান থেকে আমরা, because just you see the knowledge is the power. If you have no idea, if knowledge, you have no idea, the power will not be with you. So I asked my office to book a sleeper class ticket, 175 rupees. But my office was reluctant that this money may be waste. So I reached there. I learned the image processing technology, and after returning back, I thought that at that time, Mr. Session, T.N. Session, he was thinking to introduce the voter's ID card to all the citizens of India. I met the Chief Electoral Officer, Mr. Morgan was there at that time. I met him, but he refused to meet me. They just, you see I told that I am a budding entrepreneur, and he told that what is budding? You are a Bengali person, and in Bengali person the entrepreneurship is very difficult. I requested him, sir, this is my visiting card. I am keeping at your table under the glass top. And I am telling you, within 3-4 months, I will get a call from you. He laughed. He told that, no, it will not happen. But you believe me, after 4 months, I get a call from him. Mr. Morgan, he told that Mr. Session just announced, if Mr. Jyoti Basu don't start this voter's ID card, he will not allow to arrange the election. Then he welcomed me, Mr. Morgan, and told me that you tell me how we will float the tender and what will be the technology behind it. We don't know, you tell me. And he asked me that what will be your fees. I told him, sir, I like to be an entrepreneur. You please, I will give you the full support. You give me just the work of one district. And you believe me, he was just I given time of 1 month time. 1 month time, I prepared the spec everything, and just he allotted me the Hooghly district job of 4 crore rupees at that time. In the year of 1985, 4 crore rupees job he has allotted to us. And as being a technocrat, very fast we have completed the job within 3 months, and he invited us in front of Jyoti Basu and announced that this Bengali young entrepreneur, he has developed miracle. Because the other vendors, the big vendors like Saraswati Press, big vendors, even 3 months they couldn't start the job. And he was so happy, he given a certificate just regarding our this journey, and to requesting to other governments. And you believe me, just we met the chief ministers of different states, and we got huge job. Mr. Hori and us, we make a consortium. We developed at that time we make a profit of 20 crore rupees. In the year of 1985, from a single idea, from the Jhalmuri packet, I developed 20 crore rupees at that time. And I thought that in Bengali community, you can't remember a Raja, a Maharaja, an industrialist who has sustained after 3-4 generations. You can't remember. After 3 or 4 generations, zero. I thought that if I keep this money, Meghdut will spoil it. If he give it to the entrepreneur, today I am happy that he is thinking to give it to the entrepreneurs. I am happy, but actually there are so many other ways to invest a lot of money. So that I thought that how I invest. I like to become a social entrepreneur. I like to establish the engineering colleges, because at that time there are a lot of students. There are no private engineering colleges. There are a lot of youngsters used to go to Bangalore, Pune, Mumbai by the full of train. Then I thought that at that time the communist government was there, and he knows the difficulties, etc., etc. I met our then Chief Minister Jyoti Basu through one of his friend, Dr. Roy, Dr. Prashanto Roy. He was from UK, and he given the idea. I told him, you please take me to him at around 8:30. There is a story. You see, you will have to hit the right thing at the right time. Why at 8:30? Because Jyoti Basu was fond of very good scotch. And after 2 or 3 packs scotch, the support system will generally change. And I just met him at 8:30 after 3 packs of scotch. I have not taken. He taken the 3 packs of scotch, and he asked me, "What's your roadmap? What you want from me?" I told that, sir, you see that every year lot of trains are going from Calcutta to different states with full of young budding entrepreneurs, and we are lagging behind. So your government is not giving the permission of engineering colleges. You please give us permission of engineering colleges. He told me, what is your USP? I told, I will, within 10 years, I will reverse the direction of the train. And he was so happy. Immediately, at that time, Mr. Anil Vishwas was the secretary. He given the phone call immediately. Immediately you will have to, he told that, he will have to just to support us. To start first, we started 2 engineering colleges, one at Asansol Engineering College and Netaji Subhash Engineering College. He knows and he supported, and after that, in one meeting I called just our Buddhadev Bhattacharya in our Salt Lake campus. He was the president there. At the camp, you see, you will have to you will have to get success. You will have to ask. If you don't ask, mother will not give the milk. But you will have to ask at the right moment. If you ask something from him just now, he will agree. I am giving the guarantee. I am giving the guarantee. You see, Buddhadev Bhattacharya, in the dais in our Salt Lake campus, I requested him, sir, I want to establish one engineering college at Newtown also. Immediately he told him, you allot land. And within 7 days he allotted, given, float the advertisement and given that. So you will have to ask at the right thing at the right moment. If you ask me, I have lot of ideas, God-gifted ideas. You can ask anything to me. Through Meghdut, I will implement it. So I am telling you, we are for last 35 years, we have developed 500,000 entrepreneurs, 500,000 entrepreneurs and social entrepreneurs. In next 10 years, it is my commitment with the help of all of you, we will develop 1 million entrepreneurs. We are with you. We are with you. And I want support of all my just great people here. This is my next dream, within next 10 years, because nothing will not take to the heaven or to the hell. Everything will be in the here. So I like just what I have developed. Where you see I like to support 1 million entrepreneurs in next 10 years. Should I expect your support, help? Should I expect? Thank you very much. Thank you.
That discussion was definitely on the rocks. So thank you so much, sir. But it generally takes 2 to tango. So before we go, whatever sir said, it reminds me of this quote by Richard Branson that you don't get anywhere by following rules. You get anywhere in the entrepreneur ecosystem by doing, failing, falling over, then succeeding. That's what Richard Branson said. And for whoever and soever said, Je Bangalide dara entrepreneurship hoy na, I think the panel proves them wrong. We have the biggest minds and the biggest entrepreneurial ventures, skills sitting here behind us. But as I told you, it takes 2 to tango. And now we go to the person who is another partner of this tango. So I would like Professor Manushi Roy Chaudhary to say a few words, co-chairman of Techno India Group. Ma'am, if we could have a few words from you.
A very good sunny afternoon from the offbeat terrace. And it's such a pleasure to be amongst your so close ones and to hear about them from others. I represent today not only the co-chairman of Techno, but as the better half of the chairman of Techno India Group, the mom of the chairman of the Entrepreneurs Team Committee, and with all my best wishes to the Step Up Carnival 3. A few years back, I remember 1 or 2 comments which had come to me, that your son has come back to the country. Let me take him to Times Group. Let him introduce him so that people know about him. The second comment was, can we have him in some programs, in some pictures, where we represent him as the son of Mr. Gautam Roy Chaudhary, so that people know about him. Well, as a mom, in those days, I had said, it's a big no from my end. It's not to not have that intention of supporting, but I clearly told that I'm sure, I'm confident that one day he will make his own place. And today, I think it's the right day to tell, as a proud mom, that he has brought about that place in the minds of people, so many minds. What better can a mom think and realize about it? So I'm really blessed that this can happen in parents, with parents. And 22 years, a girl steps into a new family 31 years back. Well, she was doing her master's, just a student, and always watching her better half. Whenever someone tells, নতুন বিয়ে হয়েছে, কোথায় বেড়াতে যাবে? No, actually, I have a work in Agartala, so if you want to come, you can come. And I was thinking, I did not read about these in stories. They were always so much romantic stories, going with a suitcase, come on, let's go for a trip. It was not for me. And I was thinking that maybe I won't experience that, but it was always work with enjoyment. Today I feel that that made the difference. That is why Mr. Roy Chaudhary is Mr. Roy Chaudhary. So there we should realize, in those days maybe my age did not permit me to think so. And I remember 4 years back, it was in a PRSI seminar, and we were supposed to talk about few great people of the country. I had a wonderful presentation with 7 or 8 of them. And when I completed, I remember 2 or 3 people came and told, ma'am, ekhon mone hoy apnar ebare sir ke oi projection e rakha uchit. And I was thinking, eta ki rokom kore, mane you cannot believe that a person in your house can be projected. Now the days have changed. And I can say, I was asking Meghdut, am I an entrepreneur? What should I say about today in your event? And he says that, "Ma, tumi tomar school niye ekটু bolo." So I think it's my duty to say what I could do with the group of schools which I had started. It was the colleges, we were together always, the universities, but it was a time when we were thinking to get the pool of students to the college. This was number 1. And number 2 was, you are always getting students from different ambiences, different schools to a college. Why can't we have students who have the same level of thinking, the same level of upbringing? And that is where I started with my Hooghly school with its first brick. Small events will tell that Techno India Group public schools are much, much different from the other schools. There was a lady working in a house of an American friend of ours, and when he went off to America, he requested, can my maid's daughter be placed in your school? We had her in our residential unit, and it was 4 years after, when the CBSE inspection team came, we had 8 students to represent the committee, amongst whom I made it a point that this girl should be a member. After the total inspection was over, then I just asked Mr. Singh, can you recognize who was this child who did not even know Hindi, English to durer kotha? And he said, no. Was she in the team? I told yes. So that is what Techno India Grooming does to these children, to bring these children to the same level as from any family background. I remember it was in Goria when we had opened admissions for students who were from the back. They were farmers, they were electricians, and I had to face 3 teachers' meetings because they were not wanting these students to sit with the students who are from the doctors or the lawyers' families. Well, I had put my foot down. I said, why not? ওদেরও সেই সুযোগটা দেওয়া উচিত। But again, it was a Kolkata, it's always an annual event where they have dancing and singing competitions, and every time techno was there with a prize, in the 4th year, they were not called. So I told, why are they not called? Kono dushtumi koreche ki ami teachers der bole debo. But no ma'am, they have been called as audience because every time they are taking all the first prizes. So again, it is these students. And just the third example, last year it was in my Bhopal school, where students are basically 95% are students from farmers' families. And I was there, I started talking in Hindi because ami bhablam shobe niyechi 7 months of school. I don't think they will be able to talk in English, but unimaginable. They were answering me back in English. And when I asked them that, what do you want to be? Class 8 er ekta chele, he stood up and told, I want to be Kamli. Oh, you want to be a cricketer? Then another boy, he wants to be a doctor. But I was amazed when a girl child steps up and says, ma'am, can I be an IPS officer? Yes. That means we Bengalis can bring about that same change with the education in any state in India. আজকে যাই বলুক আমরা নাকি এখনো রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুর, সত্যজিৎ রায়, অন্যদের সব নাম নিয়ে বলছে তাদের নাম নিয়েই বাঙালিরা বেঁচে আছে। No, we are equally having that same potential to go ahead and lead the country from the front. Today's Startup Carnival says so. And we are so blessed that we have so many good audience who actually get that motivation to go ahead. I would just say, let us always have we and not I to lead. We together can bring about huge changes. I'm so blessed, and so it's a pleasure to have Mr. Sen with us. He has always been a support for techno, and always we look up to him for the changes which has been done in Newtown. Again, changes in West Bengal by Mr. Moroy Choudhury, and we have Ushoshi, we have so many members out here. We are really proud that let us bring about the change and bring Bengal to that level so that everyone speaks of the state. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We have always heard that adage, the hand that rocks the cradle often rules the world, and that's the reality. We know who controls the reign and who the real home minister is now right after that statement. But thank you so very much. That was a beautiful story of inspiration and how grassroots level development in education creates the best future for Indian entrepreneurship. Now, for moving on from a lady who has created a universe out of making true potentials reaching their goal, to another lady who has actually made the universe bow down to her beauty. Now I would like to welcome and ask the lady of the hour. I might say I'm just a little bit starstruck at this point of time because I've seen her so many times but never really had the chance to actually talk in front of her. People will call me that I'm stuttering, but who can blame me at this point of time, right? So we have a special guest for the evening, Miss Ushoshi Sengupta, former Miss Universe India and director of Ushoshi Sengupta Foundation. Please, Ushoshi, say some words before I stutter and fall down, that is.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. I mean, I also feel very shy every time somebody praises me like that because like any other middle class Indian girl, I was raised to, believe that we are always not enough. Growing up in India with dusky skin and growing up in a family where we were always surrounded by engineers and doctors. To have a dream to be a model and Miss India was always considered offbeat. So when I, I still remember that day very clearly when I kind of identified that I wanted to be Miss India, and it was when Sushmita Sen was crowned the Miss Universe. She was the first Miss Universe, also a Bengali. So, I'll just move on second. So yeah, so I remember when growing up as a model, whenever I had a chance to go to the fashion weeks or any big event, I would always sit backstage and wonder who is the person who's producing the entire show together. So my company is called Ushoshi Sengupta Productions. We are into producing fashion and creative art events. For me to make that switch from being a model to step up and try to be an entrepreneur and get various segments of training young girls is a huge part of my company. And in the last 6 years, we have kind of gone to the length and breadth of Bengal and trained a lot of young girls coming from different sectors to become models, to become entrepreneurs. For me, what was very important was to understand that every girl who is like me, who doesn't have the support system in terms of becoming an entrepreneur, because I don't come from a family of entrepreneurs. My father's an engineer, mother's been a homemaker. So for me to have that dream and to find a path was very difficult, because I had to create that path for myself. And I still remember one of the events when I first met Meghdoot. We both were sitting next to each other and we were talking about why we have decided to come back to Calcutta, because I grew up in Delhi and Gujarat. And my father got posted to Calcutta. That's when I came back here. And we were at this event and we were talking. And I was like, oh, you have also come back. And he's like, yeah, why have you come back? He's like, and I was like, why have you come back? And then we realized that the reason we wanted to come back to Calcutta was to do something for this place. And 3 years since then, what you have done for the city, Meghdoot, it's incredible. And thank you for bringing this lovely lady to our city, because the revolution that these guys are creating, and it's motivating so many youngsters, that I see a huge part of that today at this event. Thank you for making me a part of this, because from being a student to being a model to try to become an entrepreneur, and today to be sitting on the platform with these amazing people, I must have really done something incredibly good to be here. Because when I started, I really didn't have the education to become an entrepreneur. I didn't even know, how to manage my accounts or what are the right ways to get a company set up. I learned everything on the go, and for me, it was just a passion that kind of kept driving me to do something bigger and bigger. And with every work I did, with every event I did, or with every project I did, my father told me something very early. When I started my career, he told me that with whatever work you do, please understand how many lives are you affecting. If by the end of the project, you are the only one making something out of it, then you are a failure. If you have not impacted lives around you, if your circle's not impacted, if it's not growing bigger, then you're not doing anything with your life. So all my life I've seen my dad, wake up, wear his uniform, he's a ex-Indian Air Force officer. So to see my father serve the country is something my biggest childhood memory has been about. So for me, it was always about serving my people and doing something for my country. And I think the biggest honor that I can wear today is to be a representative of my country at the Miss Universe, which I love and absolutely adore myself about for. So thank you so much for calling me here. I won't take much time. All the best to all of you, and you guys are in great hands, and I think Offbeat has created a platform for you guys to come and address the needs that you have in supporting your dreams. So please make the most of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ushoshi. Real short story. The first time I actually met her was when I was doing a live radio show, and I actually stuttered twice live on air. And I think that's what got me fired, but thank you so much. But moving on to another very special guest, we have Mr. Hari Balasubramanian, angel investor and mentor at Indian Angel Network. We all know. Right now, I have never realized that being a part of the Startup Carnival 3.0, that why investors were called angel investors. I think it's just set in. So please take a very, very good look at the real angel at this point of time. Mr. Balasubramanian, the mic's all yours.
Good afternoon, everybody, and it's a pleasure to see so many of you here, interested in entrepreneurship or interested in becoming entrepreneurs. Some of you are already entrepreneurs. So I would say that we are living in exciting times. The times are so good today for entrepreneurs who want to do something. You get tremendous amount of support from everybody, right? When we started, we didn't have any network or anything like that. So for us, it was all like trial and error. We learned by mistakes. So today when Gautam was talking, I don't call him GRC because he became GRC after Techno India. For me, he's Gautam only. So, very, very ordinary background, very ordinary, person, not at all impressive, but he had a great sense of timing and he had a great sense of foresight. So when we were doing these projects, it was all over West Bengal, let's say 7-8 crore people we had to tackle. And there were multiple contractors. We would talk to government would not listen to us, government would not understand the real problems. So we were like solving problems together. This guy had something in him which always, tickled him. He wanted to do more. He realized that this government business is not going to work. And West Bengal was one of the most, I would say, the intelligentsia of the country used to come from West Bengal. But unfortunately, we had no capacity, which means no engineering colleges, no medical colleges, nothing. And the state was just stagnating and the best brains were going out of West Bengal. And Gautam at that time, we knew that it was a regulated industry. There was no way that anybody would get a license to set up an engineering college. But he was persistent. He was able to realize that Bengalis spend the maximum amount of money on education for their children. And next is travel. So he was able to place that, and he realized that if he is able to somehow break through this, it would be a gold mine for him. And that is exactly what happened. So many challenges he faced from government, from private, from, other people. There were so many competitors who were trying to put him down, but he did not step back. He was very quiet and he was excellent in execution. He's not at all impressive, but his work is very impressive. So at one point of time, when we met like this, maybe some 7-8 years ago, I said, "Tumi to West Bengal modern Bidyasagar hoye gacho." So I call him the modern Bidyasagar of Bengal because after Techno India, the number of students that they have produced, the education that they have churned out, whether it is good or bad, that, that is something which is always, will be questioned by some people. But the quality of students that come out, we always understand the educational institutions from the quality. So because of the vast expanse of institutions that he has acquired, he has created, we've got many good students, some mediocre students, some bad students, but he has created, I don't know, probably more than 1 lakh of lives who have all been educated by Techno India, which is amazing. Had he not done what he had done, all these people would have gone outside. They would have gone to some other university in South India or Bangalore in a capitation fee college, and they would have studied. So I would say that, his story is one of the best stories that you can hear from the people who are not supported by government, not supported by private entrepreneurs or private investments. It is totally created by him and his team. And he was very fortunate that he was always able to create a culture where he was able to bring in and get people, very mediocre people, to work for him to excellence. So what I wanted to share from this story is, you don't need to be excellent and brilliant to be a successful entrepreneur. And Gautam Raichaudhuri is one of the best examples of that. He has created an organization of brilliance or, excellence with very mediocre and ordinary people. You will not get Nobel laureates, teaching in his college. You will not get people from IMC, IMB or IMA coming and teaching in his college. But he's taken very ordinary people and he has created extraordinary people out of them by creating a culture and an environment which is conducive to what the state requires. So, I go back memory lane and I see, GRC, working with his team. He used to be, I've never seen him lose his cool. That was one of the best things that I've seen. Under any circumstances, he would never become angry. He would be probably a little pushy with his words to other people, but he would be very cool and calm. So that is something which I think many people do not have, and that is one of the best qualities to have. You are calm and composed under any circumstances. So having said that, what I want to tell you is, today you are all very blessed, primarily because today even if you want to be an entrepreneur, there are grants which give you 12 months of sustainability just for you to test out what you want. So there are so many government programs, private company programs, CSR programs, whereby you can test out anything that you want. So what is it that is stopping you? All that is stopping you is yourself. You need to be thinking out of the box. You need to be innovative. Ordinary people can also do extraordinary things. And I think, the challenges in the marketplace, the challenges with customers are plenty. You don't need to become, Gautam Rajchandri has taken 30 years to be where he is, or maybe 35 years where he is. So everything takes time. You don't need to go on a fast track. All you need to do is have a vision and work towards that vision and carry people along and create a culture where other people will be interested to participate in what you are doing. So I would say that today you guys are young, you got a lot of passion. All you need to do is put it together. The most important things that we see today is you are not handicapped because you're in Calcutta. In fact, you are, today the world is a global village, and absolutely so, because you can sit in Calcutta and get connected to anybody anywhere in the world. And you can get the best designs out of Calcutta, or you can take the best designs from anywhere in the world, and you can create what you want right here. So the world is not a limited place as it is, as it was before. So the opportunities for you are just phenomenal. All you need to do is seize this opportunity and do something where you do not feel tired. Entrepreneurship is a very lonely journey. It's a very tough journey. We all get stuck to what we are doing, and sometimes we need to get pushed. Sometimes we need to be picked up, and sometimes we need to reinvent ourselves. So one of the challenges that I see with most entrepreneurs in West Bengal or eastern part of India is they get stuck to what they're doing. They don't change too very fast. For example, when COVID happens, many people just pivoted their business and moved into something absolutely different, right? Now these type of opportunities or these type of challenges actually should be looked as opportunities. And that is where I think one of the big factors where, people in the Eastern India, they get stuck to their idea and they carry on with what they were doing for 6 years. It's like our, left front government, 30 years, Trinamool government, 15 years, maybe another 5 years, who knows? So we are stuck to, dozens of years, we do not change fast, whereas the world today wants you to change fast, right? Today we create unicorns in less than a year. We create $1 billion company in less than a year. I'm not asking you to go through that breakneck speed, but what I'm saying is the market is open and it is there for you. So look at big things, look at solving a big problem, but take baby steps. And today, sitting in Calcutta, you can solve problems across the world. Today, the world is looking at what is environment, what is environmentally friendly, what is social, which means how can we contribute to society at large, and do we have good governance? Because if you have good governance, then you get support from a lot of government agencies, private companies, CSR funds, so many other things. So you need to be able to create an organization or a culture which is environmental, social, and governance conscious. And if you create that type of an environment, support will come to you from all sides. So look at a problem which is very big, which can touch the world, and start small, but always keep that vision that you need to solve a problem which is very large. So with these words, I would say that, welcome. You are in no way handicapped in comparison to any other part of the country. You've got investors, you've got ecosystem, you've got incubators, you've got everything that you want. In fact, I would say that IIM Calcutta, in Calcutta, we have probably 70, 80 portfolio companies, in such a short time. And all of them are from other parts of the country also. So there is nothing which stops you in Calcutta. So you can, at least this point you can now take out and you can put it into the dustbin. You are as good or as bad as any other entrepreneur anywhere in the country. And we have many success stories now coming out of Calcutta, and pretty big success stories. So we want you to also be part of that. So welcome to this world, and we are always there as an ecosystem to support entrepreneurs, and we would be more than happy to support you in any way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Those were encouraging words, and I always believe that we are a result of our ecosystem, our environment, and we become the people we surround ourselves with. Now, moving on to another special guest for the evening, Mr. Abhishek Rungta, founder and CEO of IndusNet Technologies. Sir, if you may be so kind to grace us with some words.
Thank you. I think almost all the points are covered, but we'll try to find out something interesting for you. So, do you know what is the easiest thing in this world, right? As an entrepreneur, what is the easiest thing? To get a new idea, right? And the problem is that a lot of people think that that is the starting and end of starting a business. So I still get hundreds of emails, though I have not publicly proclaimed that I do invest so aggressively, but I still get hundreds of email where people write about a 2-line idea and say, please mentor me. Please give me money. Why? And the biggest challenge, why an investor or anybody would not be interested in helping a person with an idea is primarily because the person has not put his skin in the game. Right? So the first thing that I look at in any person that I'm dealing with, and I'm sure a lot of people would be following the same process, is to see if the other person has put skin in the game. Right? Has the other person invested sufficient time and effort to learn about that subject? Because if the other person doesn't know about that subject sufficiently, he really can't solve any problem. He's just daydreaming. Right? So when a lot of people think about an idea, they want to solve a problem, right? Don't become instinctive. Right? You might find a problem and a solution instinctively, but that is not the end of it. That is the beginning of a quest. And it needs a lot of research, right? So think about Elon Musk. He wanted to go to Mars. Tomorrow someone can come from this room and they can say me, I want to go to Venus. Give me $100 million. Why will people give you $100 million? Have you figured out how to go to Venus? Have you figured out rocket science? Have you learned about that subject? Have you understood how this whole dynamics work? How this whole economics work? What all is involved into it? How does NASA work? How does ISRO works? Not just the top level thing, but in depth. So until and unless you know your subject like the back of your hand, you don't have right to go and ask for help. And that is one big ask from me to all of you. That first you must know your subject in depth. Then only you should try to say that I have a solution. Because the more in depth you go, you will find that the instinctive solution that you got on the day one is rubbish. You will find lots of interesting ideas. You will find different takes, different angles, different problems. And a real entrepreneur would know how to solve them. He would have answers to that. He would have a path that he will chart out of all the problems that he sees in achieving that. So as I said, idea is the easiest bit to start with. But the most difficult bit is to actually implement that idea in a model which is very notoriously called product market fit. This means that someone pays you money and you make some money and people get the benefit out of it. Simple, very basic economics phenomena, but has been branded into a very beautiful word, PMF. And every entrepreneurship event cannot be completed without PMF. So I said, let's start that in the first session itself. So you must get your PMF right. And until unless you get the PMF right, you cannot GTM. So you cannot go to market, right? So you get it right. And then of course you will find ways to go to market. And at the end of the day, once you have built that product, you need to go to market, and then the real test begins. The real test. So a lot of people declare, they make projections. Even before starting a company, they start making projections and they sell Excel sheets. कि मेरा कंपनी तो अगले 2 साल में यहाँ जाएगा, 4 साल में यहाँ जाएगा, 6 साल में तो मैं 200 करोड़ पार कर जाऊंगा, भैया आज पैसे लगा दो. अरे भाई आपको अगले 5 दिन का नहीं पता है. You have not even figured out, you don't have any formula to extrapolate. We all have, lot of us have learned statistics in some form or other, right? We know extrapolation, right? I am not a research scientist, but I understand what is extrapolation. How are you extrapolating without some historic data? Until unless you have created a model, you can't even predict anything, right? So my suggestion is, find an idea, study so deeply about that idea that you know more than any other person that you can interact with in that field. Figure out the problem, find a deep solution and try to see all different angles. don't try to, be good to yourself. Be your biggest self-critic. That, this idea may not work because of this reason, because then only you will find different ways. So a lot of people ask that, when you go to pitch as a startup, what should you prepare for? You should be prepared to be able to educate the investor about that subject at such a high level that the investor gets floored. He says, this guy can execute it because he knows about this subject. If he doesn't know about that subject, then everything else is useless, right? The idea, the potential, the opportunity, everything is rubbish. Right? So my suggestion, please go deep into the subject, figure out the idea, build the company. And very important area, so as I said, idea is the easiest, building the company is difficult, but you know what is the toughest thing? The toughest thing is to sustain the business. Right? And that is why you will find a lot of people who have a habit of building and selling. Nothing wrong about that. And they, obviously you can call themselves serial entrepreneurs or they are innovators, and you don't need a lot of such people. But you need more of those people who can sustain those businesses and take it to the next level and keep it alive for decades. Because only when you keep a business alive for decades, it makes change. It brings change and it brings sustainability in the ecosystem, in the environment. Would you like to see hundreds of companies opening up in front of you and closing down in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year time after doing great job? You won't feel comfortable. So how do you build sustainable business is the next thing that you need to understand and learn. And it's a totally different ball game compared to building a company. So, and what it all tells you is that all the three things are three different phases altogether. And to be successful in different phases, you have to rediscover yourself, you have to learn yourself. And that is the never-ending journey, and I think that would be my message to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. That was really eye-opening. And right now I actually understand that product to market fit is such an important response. That's why I was never able to hold on to any job or do any business, because this product does not fit into any market. And I'm seriously complex with geniuses all around me. And thanks, Meghdut, for this opportunity, because now I'm perplexed and complexed at the same time. But moving on to another person who will not only give us the vote of thanks, but who is giving me some serious jealousy issues because I really want his jacket because I love it. So now I request Mr. Ravi Ranjan, Chief of Entrepreneurship and Innovation Strategy and Head of New Age Programs at Technopreneurship Surrogate Ventures Private Limited and President IIC Techno India University. Sir, if you could just give us a vote of thanks.
Thanks a lot, Arko. I know that's a very long title, but I'm going to keep it very short. Before I begin, I would like to quickly share that we have some very interesting panel, and especially the two panels which are coming right up. One is going to talk about investment, and the next one is going to talk about incubation, and then we have a panel on sustainability. We have a panel on media, the new age media. So stay tuned. We have a wonderful evening today. I had the privilege of working with NASSCOM. For people who don't know, NASSCOM is one of the largest not-for-profit initiatives. So I now love talking in data. I'll start with some data. First of all, why startup is important? I mean, why do we need to be here? Why do we need to talk about startup? Just to give you some numbers, India is now the third largest startup economy in the world. If you look at the startup economy, it's now a $3 trillion contribution to the world GDP. Why is that important? I'll share a couple of very quick stories. The first story is about a company called Gojek. It's a company based out of Indonesia, a very small island country which was, which still faces problems such as pollution, one of the highest polluted city in the world, population, very, very bad traffic. One of the founder who started Gojek, he wanted to solve all these problems using a very simple application. And why I'm talking about this company is because Gojek is not only a decacorn. I'm sure you understand Unicorn is a company valued at $1 billion. A decacorn is a company valued at $10 billion plus. Gojek is one of the very few decacorn from Indonesia in the world. In India, we have companies like Paytm and Oyo as decacorn. Gojek today has millions of people who are employed because of the application. Gojek takes pride in calling themselves the operating system of Southeast Asia. If you go to any of the countries in Southeast Asia, you'll either use Grab or Gojek. And what Gojek has done is that people who never had access to a computer, people who are first-time mobile user, today they get a job opportunity because of Gojek. Today Gojek has more than 1 million micro entrepreneurs who are using Gojek and they are earning money every single day. I want to talk about the second story, which is very, very important, when we talk about sustainability, when we talk about social impact, we always think it has to be charity, it has to be NGO. As Mr. Sen said, and as Pauline would be sharing in her panel, sustainability is a very serious business. I want to talk about a company from Silicon Valley, but operating in Africa. It's called Zipline. How many times we have heard stories of people dying because they could not get blood when it was required? Zipline looked at the same idea. Today, they have saved over thousands of lives because they deliver blood and essential medical supplies in less than 30 minutes using drone technologies. Have you ever thought about people who lose their lives every year in Sundarbans because of crocodile attack, or people losing their life because of cyclones every year in Orissa and Jharkhand? You need to look at these problems and look at how you can build solutions, and I'm sure you'll be able to find some very, very good ideas. Now I want to talk very quickly about the second part of the startup ecosystem. While India is the third largest startup ecosystem, we are still very, very far behind in terms of number of investors and also in terms of number of startups. I would like to talk about a very, very interesting company which has raised a very good round of funding and now valued at $1 billion, called Clubhouse. How many of you are using Clubhouse today? I think very few. Yeah, I got the invite. Now, why this company is very interesting and why we should talk about it? It shows the temperament of investor community. While Clubhouse is not the best idea in the world, while Clubhouse is not the only thing out there, Clubhouse is a social media application. It's an audio-only application. The founders say that people today are burdened with so much information, and people on social media platforms are not sharing their blunt opinion or their honest opinion, because when you have to go on Facebook or Twitter, you have to be visible. On Clubhouse, you're not visible. Clubhouse founders say if you're offline, you are more candid and more honest. Clubhouse, even before they launched, they were valued at $500 million, and with now their soft launch on only Apple, they are valued at $1 billion. As Hari sir was saying, today making $1 billion company is not difficult. In fact, from India, we have a company called Glance. How many of you have used it? Very few. Glance has 115 million users in India. It's a mobile-first social media content company. With just a small round of funding from Google, they are now valued at $1 billion. Very, very small story. What I'm trying to tell you is that you might have been working on some idea and not able to raise funding. It is not because you're not doing something right. It is because funding is a combination of so many things which we'll try and cover in the next topic. But I just wanted to touch upon this very important aspect that startups are not a side gig. Startup is not a side economy. Startup is now part of the global economy, and with the recent lockdown, you must have experienced what Zoom, what Facebook, and what so many other companies did. And in fact, in Kolkata, we have some fabulous companies, companies like Wow Momo, companies like Tuki Taki. I don't know how many of you know. Tuki Taki is a company got acquired by Facebook, started from two Bengali entrepreneurs from Kolkata. Companies like Tea House from Siliguri. In fact, we have Wow Momo, we have Rare Planet, you'll hear from Ranodeep. While there are some very good startups, but we have so much to achieve. And that is why I'm very proud that when we started this event called Startup Carnival, all the ecosystem players, they just said, okay, let's do it. We understood it was going to be challenging. We understood that people might not even turn up, but look at what we have achieved today. So in a way, we have achieved the first startup success, and we are very glad. I would like to mention some names here. Technopreneur Surrogate Ventures with our partners such as NASCOM 10,000 Startups, Free Flow, Y East, Venture Catalyst, One House Design have made this event successful. I would like to also mention Twirl as our gifting partner. With this, I would like to conclude, but before I do that, I would like to talk about one very quick story. Couple of years ago, as a passionate entrepreneur, I'm not from Kolkata, I'm not from Bengal, but when I met Meghdut, I found that we can do something together. And it has been over 2 years now. I have been very proud member of the Techno India family. During the lockdown, when everything was uncertain, I contributed my bit to bring the entire ecosystem online. And at the same time, when the world was struggling, we did a very interesting event called Future Proof Hackathon. The idea was to bring some very innovative minds from this part of the country and give them an opportunity to build something on their own. And I'm very proud to announce that today we are one of the first organizations in the country called Future Proof Labs, where we have 4 young people, where we give them the opportunity. We support them by giving them cash, remuneration every month, take care of their accommodation. But the idea is to give them this free space to build something very, very innovative. While it is very new, you'll very, very soon hear some very interesting stories coming from FPL, which was part of Future Proof Hackathon. Similarly, we have a very interesting event coming up called Toy Hackathon. So we are trying to combine the traditional toy and gaming from India and give them a modern touch by using innovation. So we have the Toy Hackathon coming up next month. You can go online and check more about the hackathon. I'm sure you'll love being part of that. So with that, I would like to thank all our partners, and I would like to thank all of you to make the first event very, very successful after the unfortunate global lockdown we had. With that, I would like to also thank the panel, Mr. Rungta, Ushoshi, Meghdut, Hari sir, and speakers who left. But as I mentioned, we have just started. We have some very amazing sessions, so stay tuned as we go into the next session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ravi. But we are still not over. There's a small gift, so I would love and request Ravi. Yes. So we have Meghdut Roy Chaudhary doing the honors. First, to Mr. Hari Balasubramanian. Then we have, of course, Ushoshi. Then, none other than Mr. Abhishek Rungta. Thank you so much. But we have a small gift for you also, Meghdut. So,
I only made the gift.
oh, wow. Who wrote my script again? Yeah. Don't worry, you keep the gift. I'll take your jacket later. Thank you so much to all the guests for being a part of the inaugural session. We move on to our next panel right now. But thank you so much. This is the Startup Carnival, the 3rd edition 3.0. Can we have a big round of applause for the guests?
Okay. Also, focus on the sunset, because we have,
Oh, we have the best sunsets in town.
we have the best sunsets in town. We put it out very proudly.
Yes.
For a reason. But if you turn around for 1 second, you see the sun setting right on top. It kind of matches the Chinese lanterns as well. So all eyes on the sunset. All eyes on the sunset while we move out of stage and we get.
Absolutely. So I would like to welcome the next panel. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mr. Ravi would stay on board as he's the moderator for the next panel. Now, the next panel, the Startup and Investors panel, the art of pitching and raising first round. So, please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our first guest, Mr. Vivek Bajaj, co-founder of StockEdge and eLearn Markets. Mr. Bajaj, could we have you on stage, please? Mr. Abhishek Rungta, founder and CEO of IndusNet Technologies. Mr. Nabhaya, founder of Tetris Capital Venture. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us. Mr. Ronodip Shah, co-founder of Rare Planet. Mr. Rahul Agarwal, founder, Ideal Insurance. And Mr. B. Hari. Can we have all of you on stage? I think. Can we have one more chair, please? And this panel would be moderated by none other than Mr. Ravi Ranjan himself. The mic's all yours, sir.
Thanks a lot, Arko. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
This is the panel we all have been waiting for, the investors panel. I have tried to call some of the leading names from the Kolkata ecosystem, not only to represent the angel investment community, but we also have a startup who has raised some very good round of funding. So without any further ado, I would like to start. This is how we are going to do. We have a quick introduction by all the speakers, and we go right into the question and answer. If you have any question, please make a note, and we'll try and make sure that we accommodate some questions. I would like to start very quickly with Mr. Rungta. Abhishek, if you can talk about yourself, and then we go into the panel discussion.
Hi, I'm Abhishek Rungta from IndusNet Technologies Private Limited. I also do a little bit of angel investment. Thanks.
I'm B. Hari. I am primarily an angel investor and mentor. I work with innovative entrepreneurs and help companies scale.
Hi, my name is Vivek Bajaj. I'm a perpetual startup entrepreneur, just trying to create a lot of things and moving on in life.
Hello everyone, I'm Nav Bhia. I am an investor in early stage startups and I'm a founder of Tetris Capital Venture and co-founder of Unium Ventures, where we enable the startup ecosystem in terms of consultancy and fundraise.
I am Rahul and I'm the founder of Idle Insurance. So I represent both the sides, startup as well as investor. I've been investing also since 2012, and we as an organization also raised a couple of rounds. So glad to be here. Thank you, Ravi.
Hi, I'm Ranodeep. I'm the only non-investor. I'm a startup. And what an awesome panel. I have my investors and mentors on the panel itself. Whether it's Ravi, whether it's Hari sir, Nav Bhaiya, Abhishek Rungta, everyone. Abhishek sir is my mentor since day one. And like, what an awesome panel to be in.
So I would like to start with the first question, which I'm sure all of you would have in mind. It was an unannounced guest, which actually became unwanted guest, and we are now trying to get rid of it. COVID. It hit us, all of us, very, very bad, and there was no walking away. However, if you look at some of the businesses across the world, they survived, not only survived, but they thrived during the pandemic. A lot of examples, including Zoom and etc. My question to the panel, I would like to ask this question to three of the panelists today. The question is, during the lockdown, it was a very difficult scenario for a lot of startups where they had to either pivot or they had to look at alternative ways so that they can raise capital so that they don't have to let their team go. What was your input, your feedback and your insight to your portfolio company, how to manage the pandemic? If you can just share your thoughts. I would like to request first Abhishek to share your thoughts. What was your input to your portfolio, your companies where you have invested or mentored?
I've always said, look at the brighter side, because every challenge brings, both the benefits and the problems, right? So of course, problems are there, you can't change it, but what kind of opportunities you can find in there. And fortunately, most of my investments are around, digital technology or companies which use digital technology in a big way. So frankly speaking, they were not affected because digital has actually gained a lot of ground during this whole period. So I think that has been great for them. So not really much of feedback, but yes, whenever someone was a little worried or they were coming as, a little rattled, I would kind of tell them, look at the positive side, brainstorm with them to find what are the positives that can be looked into and help them there.
Same question for you, Hari sir. What was your motivation or input to all the portfolio companies? I'm sure not everyone would be in digital space. Some of them might be in traditional. What was your thought behind it?
So I will, though there are digital stories, I will not take the digital stories because that's very easy to understand that anybody who is in the digital space, for them it was an opportunity, right? COVID was a great opportunity. There are several portfolio companies who have had 100% quarter-on-quarter growth for the last 3 quarters, especially in the digital space. But I would like to talk about the brick and mortar space. That's very, very important. So let's look at one company which has really done well during this COVID, especially in brick and mortar. It is Biryani by Kilo. There is a brand called Biryani by Kilo, which is it started from North India, Chandigarh and other things, and then they started moving on to other cities. I think now they are in Calcutta also. I think in Sector 5 they are in Calcutta. So what Biryani by Kilo had to go through was suddenly, all states had said that you cannot open restaurants. They had a dine-in type of a facility along with a cloud kitchen. So they were absolutely, foxed. They didn't know what to do. So the first thing that they said was, okay, we are not going to cut down our employees, which means we will retain our employees and wait to see how we can do. So what they did was they started getting into Instagram stories. They started, talking to all types of celebrities, send them biryani at their home, and they built a huge following because of that. And then slowly certain markets started opening, and today they have had a fantastic opportunity to build their brand across the country just because of COVID, because at that time, everybody was startled. They didn't know what to do. There was no competition. Everything. The competition was of a very different type. So they used a very innovative approach to get to their customers, and they were able to, build their sales, and now their sales is back, to the same level. The same thing I would say about another Calcutta-based company. Wow Momo saw almost 70% reduction in sales during the first 2 months of COVID. What they did was they went into delivery. They tied up with delivery, with Swiggy and other things, and they started delivering all types of provisions and many other essential goods during COVID. And today they are also back almost at the same level of pre-COVID time sales they have now got. They expanded several stores, and they shut down several stores also. So it was a great opportunity for them to re-look at their business. So COVID, in my opinion, was a great opportunity for everybody to reset their business, which means, the way we reset a computer and reboot, many businesses could have rebooted their own business during COVID, and people who have rebooted are seeing great times now. So
I would request the final input from Ranodeep. Ranodeep runs a company called Rare Planet. They have raised various round of capital. But what's interesting is that most of their sales come from physical stores, because they have products which are good to touch and feel and understand. With the lockdown, I'm assuming that for the first few months it was almost going down. How did you thrive? How did you come back? What was your motivation to your team, and what input you received from your mentors and your investors, Ranodeep?
So initially when lockdown happened on 25th of March, it was all crazy, as in we never thought airports to go down, malls to shut. Within a span of a day, everything closed. But then I kept seeing for different opportunities and had a lot of conversations with all investors and mentors. Ki kya kare, kya kare. Luckily, our digital space, which was not that great, we worked on the digital front. We came out with Rare Planet Essentials at that same time. Rare Planet Essentials became a hit on Flipkart and Amazon. And in August, we had Tata coming and backing us with Desh Ka Chai Kullad, which was one of the biggest campaigns done by Tata Consumer Products. And we saw a surge of 5,000 person on our website. And since then, I remember now the digital spend has increased. We learned digital over the period of COVID. And as Harisa said, it was like a reset button. We did a digital reset, and we started from zero, and I can proudly say our digital numbers and physical numbers are almost same today. And with openings now, airports have reopened, and we closed on a couple of things, and we started opening. So we just opened a store in Calcutta Airport. We have one more opening next week. So things are back to place now, and that reset button has really worked well. We raised a funding round in the middle of the pandemic. So that again proves the confidence our investors had during that pandemic era as well. So yeah.
I just wanted to
Yeah, sure.
two points to what Ranodeep has said. My complaint with Ranodeep is, you are not digital. You are very physical, and you are no way different than any of the other stores which sell. So he used COVID as a great opportunity to actually accelerate the digital space, which was literally dead for them. They didn't have any digital sales. Not only that, they immediately took the opportunity to sell, masks and many of these other things when COVID happened. So that was a great move, and one of the best campaigns that the country has ever seen in terms of these coolers, was run by Ranodeep. So I would think that he deserves a great applause for running this campaign, which became viral, with Tata as one of the lead sponsors.
Certainly. I'm very proud to share that when Ranodeep started a couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to meet him. From there, in just 4 years, his campaign was led by celebrities such as Rajkumar Rao, Manushi Chiller, and so many other Bollywood celebrities where Rare Planet got this opportunity. I would move on very quickly in the interest of time.
I have a point.
Yes, certainly. Just allow me. Okay, please go ahead.
So I was working closely with Ranodeep while this pandemic happened, and apart from the business challenges he had, he was worried about the kind of artisan ecosystem he has created, and he was agile enough to because the airport sale, retail sales was to zero. I mean, almost to zero. So he had nothing to help his artisan ecosystem support the artisan ecosystem. So he pivoted his model, and he ensured that not only the startup survived, the artisan ecosystem survived. So Ranodeep is basically a socio-economic startup, and we as investors and having worked with Ranodeep, we are proud of him.
That's wonderful. That's a great validation from two of the investors and mentor Anudeep. In the interest of time, we'll move on. And my next question is to next set of speakers. As an investor, you must have been receiving so many emails every single day with a request to invest in them. What qualifies for you out of those 100 emails as one idea where you're going to back? Is it the idea? Is it the team? Is it the execution capability? Or is it a mix of all of that? I would like to start with Rahul.
Hi. Yeah. So it is always a mix of everything. Something has to hit when you are, getting a mail or anything. So, there has to be something which strikes. It might be you see the promoter and you know the promoter, or he has a great background, or you look at the business idea. Maybe the idea is in. Okay. So there's something always which strikes you first, and then of course you have to look at everything. Right. So, I mean, it's not that you just look at one thing and even if you have the best idea, but not a great team, so it doesn't have any value. Everyone has a $1 billion idea, but then execution is equally important, right? Then you have to look at the market and everything. So you start with something which excites you, and then you look at multiple aspects of the.
Thanks, Rahul. My next question, the same question to Nav. What qualifies to you as a winning idea? Because when you receive so many opportunities every single day, you have to have a set criteria that this is how I'm going to invest in a particular startup.
Yeah, so obviously it's a mix of all the three components, but if I have to put a weightage, I would put 25% to idea, 50% to execution, and another 25% to the team. So for me, it's a decent idea, very, very, very well executed by a decent team, decent or good team. So I would lay emphasis on execution.
Wonderful. Vivek, same question to you before Vivek goes on. Vivek has built a very, very powerful platform from Kolkata called StockEdge and eLearn Markets. It's a YouTube-based platform where they have thousands of subscribers who learn stock trading and equity. But that's not all about Vivek. Vivek is also very active in the startup ecosystem. So your thoughts, Vivek, on what qualifies as a winning idea for you?
Well, I don't invest so much. I only invest in my venture because I think if you invest in your own venture, that's where you can create more value. But Calcutta, I'll tell you one thing. Calcutta-based entrepreneurs are very different from Bangalore-based because we know one thing very clearly, how to control cost. And I think that is one thing which has really, really helped people like me to survive in this market because revenue has grown in last 9 months and cost has been under control. So we are making money month on month. So 10 months ago when I was there in the market raising money, people were asking a lot of questions. And particularly from Calcutta-based startup, people tend to ask more questions. Bangalore-based startups, question would be 10. Calcutta-based startups, question will be 15 probably. And now people are after us to fund us, and we are making money every month, so we don't need money from people. Now, so I would say that it's actually the approach of entrepreneur, for me, that is most important. And that's what I look out in my partners when I work with them. Can you survive the tough time? Can you control the cost? And people like Abhishek and other people have shown us the right path that if you control cost and focus on revenue, that's how we can sail through any tough time. And the song Apna Time Aayega works well for us. And this was a time for digital businesses to survive and create fantastic business, right, Abhishek? And from here there is no looking back because all the businesses will survive now and flourish. So I think team is the most important thing for me. Idea, Abhishek also said that every day in the morning we get a lot of ideas. So we can just flush it out and focus on how will we execute with the right team.
That's wonderful. Thanks a lot, Vivek. I'm sure one thing which we all can agree on that what various consultants and digital companies and CMOs could not achieve, COVID has motivated all of us to get that. So maybe COVID deserves one round of applause there. My next question to Abhishek, will start with this set of questions. As a startup, let's say I get an opportunity to pitch to you or Hari sir or any other investor. I might not get more than 2 minutes. How do I prepare myself? This 2 minute which I get, I have to work various hours so that I can utilize these 2 minutes. What is, in your view, a very, very wonderful, art of, what I'm trying to say is that how do I make this winning pitch, which gives me maybe 30 more minutes with that particular potential investor? Abhishek, as an entrepreneur, we have a lot of young people. I'm sure when you get your 2 minutes, this is going to be very crucial. Abhishek, over to you.
Uh, the problem, I think you need to articulate the problem very quickly. See, the whole point is when you say 2 minutes, the skill of articulation comes as the most important skill at that point of time. How do you compress your entire thoughts and your the bubbles that is going inside your mind into that 2 minutes period? So most important, ability to articulate the problem and your innovative solution, and to prove that you are the best guy to execute that solution. These are the only 3 things I would really care about if someone is trying to do a face-to-face pitch for a couple of minutes.
See, it depends on what stage of the discovery the startup is. For example, if somebody is at a very early stage, then they need to talk about the market and how they are going to discover a solution for the market. So that is very, very important. So you need to understand and assess where you are at this point of time in your journey of discovery. So startups is all about discovering business models. So you need to discover a business model which will be supported, which is scalable, and which is innovative, which means people have not seen this before. The other thing is team. Sometimes what happens is there is a great team which has got a passion and a direction, which means they know that they are going to be in this area, let's say fintech, but they do not know what is the actual problem and actual solution, but they are there to actually discover it and create a solution for that. So in many a times, we take a position based on the team. But the most important thing for a startup to actually resonate is the market. So if the market is good, investors like markets which are sort of resonating or which are looking hot. So the fear of missing out is always a trend which plays with investors. So if you're in the right, for example, if somebody was in Bitcoin a few years back and Bitcoin market was hot, there would be many investors chasing them. But when Bitcoin was sort of going down, at the time, you would not get much support. So it also depends on the market in a great extent, and good entrepreneurs always have a great sense of timing. They come to the market at the right time when there is good investor interest.
Wonderful. We move on to the last question of the day. As an entrepreneur, we have a lot of people here with us. We also have people watching us online. How do I raise my first round of capital? So to start this, I would request Vivek. Vivek, you can share your thought as an entrepreneur when you were preparing to raise capital. How did you pitch to potential investors? Because what you are trying to build right now, and you have built, is not something which everyone can understand. So you have to shortlist the kind of investors who appreciate what you're building. If you can hear from you.
So my experience of raising first money was 2018, and the investment was done by Mr. Ramesh Damani, Mr. Dinesh Agarwal of India Mart. Why they invested? Because they were users of my product, and they were convinced, they were happy with the product which they were using, and they approached me that since we are making such a nice product and we are happy about it, we want to invest in a company. That's the golden, if you can get that kind of an investor, that's the best thing one can have, the user of your product. But as far as startup ecosystem, how do you convince an investor to invest in a product? I think probably the market size, what Sir said, is that is something which need to come out very, very clearly. Because my kind of a product, which is niche, stock market is not something which everyone likes to look at. But now things have changed. Suddenly we have many investors who are saying that, boss, stock market, so that is something which the whole world is now looking at. Now do you need money? So that timing has to be absolutely correct. Do you go through that tough time so that the right time is there when you are there? That is the key issue which has to be solved.
Wonderful. Before we move on to investors, Ranodeep, as an entrepreneur, very quickly, if you can summarize how difficult or easy it was for you to raise your first round of capital, and how did you unlock that?
So I raised my first round of capital after 4 years of operations. I started my first year of college. After final year, I raised. So I feel if you can show the right metrics in terms of profitability and in terms of the integrity of the founder, the intent, the skin in the game, which Abhishek sir also said, if that can be properly said to the investor, and the market size, obviously, it is either easier to raise, and there will be always people who understand your business, and secondly, people who are your users. For me, my user was Sagar Bhaiya, Sagar Daryani from Wow Momo. So he was a regular customer for us, and he was the first investor in the company. So if the person who uses your product vouches for you, the raising funds is easy.
That's wonderful. Rahul, moving on to you. What are the opportunities available for entrepreneurs to raise fund in terms of angel networks, platforms, and how easy it is now if you have a good idea to raise capital?
So of course, I think first of all, I mean, we are in a great time because now investing is a new class of asset, and people are quite comfortable. People are much more aware compared to 10 years back. So there are multiple angel platforms, VCs. But I actually would suggest, anyone going for the first round, it's better to go to your friends, family, customers, as Vivek said. Uh, uh, you know, one reason, because they don't look at you very objectively, right? So they are much more confident about you. They know you as a person, and it's actually it's not so easy to raise funds, especially in the first time, right? So it gives you much more confidence, and when you're raising money from your friends, family, customers, they are also there's a personal connect, so they try to help you out also, compared to a professional investor whose only intention is to make 5x 10x. So having said that, I mean, now, and at the same time, now everyone knows about angel investing, everyone knows about investing. So even, for friends and family, they also understand uh, uh, the gains that they could make. Okay. So I don't think it's a better time. There's too much of money chasing businesses, good businesses. So I think there's more money chasing less businesses.
Thanks.
Right.
Thanks a lot, Rahul. Navji, your thoughts on for entrepreneurs how to raise their first round of capital?
So they should time it really. I mean, right timing is the most important thing probably. And the second thing they should focus on is the quality of investors. So look for the investors. Probably they may be difficult to find, but look for the investors who can add strategic value in terms of strategic direction, next subsequent fundraise, and when you need them in contingent situations like what hit us last year. So if you are timing it right to the right set of investors, first round may be a bit difficult, but then subsequent rounds would be easier, and that will help you sail through all the challenges.
That's wonderful. To summarize the session, we heard from all the speakers that how you need to look at the market opportunity, the market size. You need to reach out to the right set of investors, which is very, very important. And I can say from this stage, we have, look at the names here. We have organizations like TIE, we have BCCNI, we have Venture Catalysts, we have Technopreneurs. All the support system which you require to build your venture is right here in this hall. So I would request all of you to go out and do not. I think I would personally say that we have to stop blaming anything. We have to stop blaming an ecosystem. We have to stop blaming whatever challenges come. As a true entrepreneur, you are not building for a small ecosystem. You're not building for Kolkata, Bengal, or East India. You are building a product which can be used anywhere in the world. If you have the right product, if the right team, you will get the right investors and you'll get the right market, and I'm sure you can build a very, very large enterprise from Kolkata, from West Bengal, from this part of the country. With this, I would like to summarize and thank all the speakers to share your wonderful thoughts. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. That was a really eye-opening panel and one of the most important things, raising the funds. But I would like to request the guests to be here and request Ravi Ranjan to felicitate our guests. So, please, Mr. Ranjan, if you would do the honors in felicitating Mr. Vivek Vajaj. Thank you so very much, sir. Our speaker, Nav Bhaiya. Our speaker for this panel, Ronodip Shah. And one of our astute speakers, Mr. Rahul Agarwal. But last but not the least, we shall not forget the moderator himself. I would request Ronodip to felicitate our moderator for the evening for this panel, Mr. Ravi Ranjan. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to our guests and speakers for actually making this panel worthwhile. Now, moving on, we are moving on to the incubator panel, how to strengthen the startup ecosystem and become the hub of startups in the East. And for that, I would like to welcome, firstly, the moderator himself for the next panel, Mr. Kaustav Mojumdar, mentor, advisor, and an investor himself. Thank you so much. Moving on to the guests, our first guest is Mr. Sanjay Chatterjee, steering committee member, NASSCOM 10K and co-founder and CTO of Ideation Technology and Solutions. Mr. Surajit Roy, head of operations for Neotech Hub, Ambuja Neotia Incubation Private Limited. Mr. Amit Kumar Sarogi, Charter Member of TAI Kolkata. Mr. Akib Hussain, Founder, Partner and Mentor at Free Flow. I would like to pass on the mic to Kaustav himself. Kaustav, stage is all yours.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. We are fashionably running late, so we are going to I see lots of known faces. We're going to keep this super quick. I have a few questions to ask you. You are all eminent personalities in the startup and incubation ecosystem. Questions are going to be rapid fire. My request will be that you will perhaps take 2 to 3 minutes to respond to each question. But before you do that, if I can request you guys to just give us a little brief introduction of each one of you, and then we can start right after that. Sanjay.
Sanjay Chatterjee, founder of Ideation Technology Solutions, and representing here from member of NASCOM Steering Committee 10,000 Startup.
I am Shurojit Roy. I am representing Neotech Hub. It's a startup incubation center from the Ambuja Neotia Group based out of Rajarat.
Amit Saraugi, founder and managing director of Anmol Feeds. We are a 600 crore animal feed company.
Akib Hussain, co-founder Free Flow, national venture building partner Invest India, and we are working with somewhere around 193 plus startups across the country.
Meghdut gave me a target to finish this panel in 25 minutes. I think the way the introductions went, we'll possibly finish in far lesser time. Thank you so much. All right, my first question goes to Akib. Akib, I know you for a while now. I've rarely met anybody with the kind of energy that you bring. My question to you is that Bengal seems to be, well, there's a popular misconception, perhaps, I do not know, that we seem to be bereft of ideas. I don't know, when I came back to the country many years back, the popular thought was Madhyavitto Bangali Chele is going to become an entrepreneur itself was an oddity. Now from there to having somebody like you who has spent the last, I don't know, 5 years building entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial ventures all over the state and beyond. I know you work across the country. How would you want to react to that? My specific question is, you know, people need to have ideas. I know Abhishek very rightly said that ideas come dime a dozen, they need to be executed. But unless you have the ideas, what are you going to execute? And how do you stroke that? How do you sort of fan that desire? And what can incubators do to ensure that the idea flow does not stop? There is free flow of ideas. How do we do that?
So you branded me, all right. Okay, I'll break the questions into 2 parts. The first part is, are we bereft of ideas? For sure we aren't. We are sitting amongst at least 35 ideas which have, and I hate this word called unicorn, but which have unicornish capacities, decacornish abilities, and possibly beyond with regards to what they can achieve as products themselves. The only problem that I see which we as incubators or venture builders are not addressing is the fact that a lot of them are doers as of now and have not kind of created a resource pool for themselves. And when I say a resource pool, it means an industry, it means a reference, it means sometimes capital, and I'll be very, I'll mark my words when I say capital, because I'm the first person who tells all our incubatees or venture build startups that investments are the last thing that we are going to look out for, whether it's working capital, whether it's anything else. But there are resources who are there. There are resourcefulness that's available in the market. And then there is this doing community that exists. And all the incubators and accelerators have been able to engage with a lot of doers, but they have not mapped the resourcefulness. If there could be one that kind of achieves that, and which is what we primarily intend to do when we say venture building, it kind of solves the problem both ways. It solves the problem of being short-sighted as an entrepreneur, which is side effectual, because they have left a certain kind of a career or a certain kind of an opportunity to start or develop something, and it kind of completes the requirement of a resource in a very smart, quick turnaround manner. So if we could be the bridge in between, then this happens. And I say this with a lot of conviction because I've been able to make that happen with my team during the lockdown. There have been about 37 ventures which have got built just during the lockdown with investments upwards of $3.5 million. So the idea is there is enough resource and enough resource waiting to be mapped, and there's enough of the doing capacity that is there. And I don't want to name them, but they're all around me, just right here, who are doing work on material research, who are doing work on EV, who are doing work on blockchain, who are doing work on deep tech, and so on and so forth. And then all of that is so unicornish and so un-Bengalish, if I may call it. Because you're considered you are going to come up with a food QSR option or a social enterprise option at the end of the day. That's not true. There are enough number of startups who are coming up with product, process, platform innovations. It just needs the right resource map. So that's my answer for that.
Okay, that's fantastic. I stand testament to some of the work that I have seen you do in the last couple of years. You have this unbelievable capability of fanning ideas and taking those sort of wish of an idea into more specific steps. I wish you keep doing the same amount of work with possibly more vigor and more numbers. I'm going to come back to you at the end with one more question. My next question is for Shurojit. I know, Shurojit, you have spent the last few years in various incubation related roles. You have seen incubation happen up close and personal. This question came to my mind a few days back when some of the startups that I work with, it was kind of contradictory. One of them said that, is space at all relevant anymore? Is an office, for example, at all relevant anymore? Where am I, where I am situated, is it at all relevant anymore? In the last 1 year, with courtesy of the friendly virus from Wuhan, what we have seen is that we can all be wherever we are and serve customers any part of the globe. The other contrary point that came to me from another startup was space still matters, a work environment still matters, being with your colleagues, having a brainstorming session matters, because there is massive Zoom fatigue. I personally hate Zoom, but then I have to live with it. And if nothing else, it's aspirational to go somewhere and work. Now, I have seen over the years that incubators are maligned, that they don't seem to offer anything else but space. How would you want to react to that? In tomorrow's days, I know you're associated with one of the larger incubators in this part of the country. How should incubators react to this? Are you going to come with flexi pricing? Are you going to come with innovation from an incubation's point of view to help people seeking space, if nothing else, to be a community for startups to work together? How would you want to react to that?
I'll start with the second question. With regard to pricing, space, incubators only providing space. If you look at it from that angle, an incubator, I think there's a gross misunderstanding in terms of the idea of incubation. Incubators is just not about giving space. There are a whole lot of things. The most difficult thing a person needs is, the most important thing a startup needs is mentoring, opening doors. It's very difficult for a young entrepreneur to get an appointment with a government official at the highest level. So various other things, access to fund, how to pitch, what should you have on your pitch deck. So those are the elements which once people start getting into the grind of it, they get to understand that these are the value addition an incubator does. So keeping that in mind, incubation is just not about space. Probably that can range from anything between 10% to 0% also. And why 0%? Because if I tell you that out of the 10 top startups that I've got, 5 of them have they are operating outside from outside Calcutta. So they have never sat for a single day in my incubation center, but they are now going for a pre-series or a Series A round. So yes, it's not necessary for you to occupy your space. And one particular thing which I keep saying is an incubator would provide you, like we provide space for free. So they would provide you what, 5 to 6 spaces. Somebody would charge you at a subsidized rate. Otherwise, you have got you can on your own can take offices. So if you look at that aspect, then if a person is continuing to stay there, that means the company is not growing. So instead of looking at the space and all, he has to, as Mr. Raichaudhuri was telling, you have to look at the other aspects what the incubator can give. Then very soon a situation will come, you will realize that you don't need that space. You need a bigger space outside that incubation center, and you are on your right path. If that is not happening, then you should spend more time with the incubator, because they will help you in identifying that route. So that's the first part of the question. And the second part was whether they were becoming relevant or not. That's a very important thing which cut across startups and the big corporates. So let's answer this with the backdrop of the corporates. TCS and many such companies have already told that they would reduce it down to 40%. People will be operating from home. And if you look at it, I started working from June because my role needs a lot of human interaction. So people don't like to do it, and a sales call is a sales call. You talk about different things, you set up an equation, and then you sell. Keeping that in mind, there are roles which will require for people to sit across, have a drink, and do it. So that's the reason we are looking for a vaccine. The main reason we are looking for a vaccine is to sit across without a mask and enjoy it. So those roles will require space. So whether that's in a corporate or in a startup, that will be required. And now let's look at the other part of it. Why is it possible for TCS to say that I would operate from home? Because when a developer gets into an office, whether in the office or in house, most of the times you would find that he has put up a headphone, he is cut off from the entire world, he has taken his morning dough from his boss, his team lead, and working. So it doesn't matter to him whether he's in office or he's in home. So that's the reason all these IT companies are being able to push it back to the homes and save a lot of money on by not using the workspaces. So that will be true for startups also, because they belong in that particular space. So overall, I would like to say that space is a very small thing, or probably the most insignificant thing when it comes to incubation. But there are other very, very important aspects which an incubator can make a difference to.
Thank you, Shurajit. That was a brilliant response. I gave you a juicy, flighted sort of a ball, and you smacked it out of the park. Incubation is often maligned, that it seems to be only about space. In fact, the best expression I've heard about incubation is that incubation is nothing but a real estate gig. But you very nicely summarized that the space is in your mind, right, at the end of the day. I think a large part of an incubator's role is to provide the support system where space becomes possibly the most, it is important, but it possibly is the least significant of all the other services that you can provide. My next question is for Shanjoy. Shanjoy, this question is important for a large number of people. There is this, when you think about entrepreneurship now, any kind of entrepreneurship now, I think the big point that's there in our mind, I get different pitches sent to me every day. Every pitch that I am sent seems to have wallops of technology in it, tons of data in it. Now, your response as a technologist par excellence, and you have been in this for 2 decades now, is every business essentially technology business? And if it's so, how can incubators, how can the ecosystem support so that tomorrow's entrepreneurs are tech ready? How would you want to respond to this?
Yeah, it's very much true that almost every business is now tech enabled. There has to be, be it even non-IT startups and everywhere. Definitely that's good part, but for an entrepreneur, he might not have a tech experience prior. Now, what is the best way? About his idea, about his concept, whatever. So one thing is to know, or how to know, the current technologies available in that area. So that's requirement number one. That's possible. So how do you do that? You can have some IT market surveys and all, tech surveys and all. So those informations are available in the net. This can be done, some research himself or he or her, they can do themselves, or there are companies, small companies, they can do it for them. But there are another area which I would like to mention, which is most important, how to know what are the technologies are coming in future. What is there, easy to know, but even there are ways to know what are the areas which are coming in future. I give you an example, like somebody wants to do a startup maybe in the cryptography area. Very interesting, which are coming, there are thousands of startups are all across, it might be in the blockchain area, it might not be in the blockchain area, but in general, whatever is being happening in the cryptology or cryptography area, but now how do you know what's going to come in terms of the technology? The best way to know this every day, make it a habit, or at least 10-15 minutes to go through 2 sites, and that's if you can make it a habit, and that you are done for knowing the future technologies, which is lens.org and Google Patents. Those are not way it is written, those patent scripts. It's not in a very technology way. It's like you'll be able to understand it very easily. So you can reference that. Then you can Google more deeper in your ontology, business area where you are planning your startup. That's one aspect in the tech area. And the second one comes, imagine you have started based on you have the knowledge, and then you are applying the technology. So do you want to go to the first any company that you will get and try that technology? You might not have, right? So there comes a role where this entrepreneur, with the help of incubator, even in NASCOM, we have tried similar things, where these startups can do a technology pilot. There are companies globally now picking up, they are calling themselves as POC as a service. And 7 years back, there was a company called Proof.io, PROOV.io, Israeli company that has become abnormally big now. They have raised huge. So this sort of ecosystem, if it is there in India, and with the help of incubators, even they can partnership with Proof and all, that helps to try this, and this is like a marketplace. There are companies who has put their pilot requirement, and these are the startup, they are matching their product and doing the pilot. So this matchmaking. So my answer to your question is one, knowing the technology and applying the technology.
Fantastic, fantastic. I remember about a year and a half back, 2019 end, Meghdut and I, in fact it was Meghdut's contact who flew in from Bombay. They wanted to set up something like a maker's asylum over here in Calcutta. They have something like that in Bombay. And Meghdut was toying with that, and hopefully in due course he will be able to put that across. That it'll be nice, I think it'll be quite amazing if startups have a place where they can go and try out tech and learn tech. But what you also said is of paramount importance, that it's also the startup's responsibility to know the tech that's relevant, and for them to sustain, they need to know the tech that's going to come in. My next question is to Amit. You have been running a business, you built a business, and it's running very, very successfully. It's one of the, I think, pride and joy of this part of the country. Recently, about I think 2 years back, somebody came to pitch to me. This is a exactly opposite question to what I asked to Sanjay. I, for one, am sick and tired of everybody coming and telling me that their business is a tech business without realizing whether it is or not. And I remember sharing this with Akib some time back when we were traveling to outside Calcutta. I shared this with you. Somebody came and pitched to me, so that he is making a coffee cup which is IoT enabled. And I said, what does it do? He said that it's an IoT enabled coffee cup which will keep the coffee, which will tell you on your app on your phone whether coffee has gone cold or not. So I couldn't understand. I said, beta, मैं तो हाथ लगा के पकड़ के देख सकता हूँ. बोलते नहीं, अगर आप कॉफ़ी कप से दूर चले जाइएगा तो आप कैसे पता चलेगा कि ठंडा हो गया कि नहीं? I said, that's exactly the reason why coffee gets cold. So I kind of got bored with the 4th slide on the presentation, and I did not know. I'm sure it had blockchain and artificial intelligence and neuro-linguistic programming, and all kinds of other fancy things over there. My question to you is, 50% of the working population of this country are self-employed. There's a large number of people who run various MSMEs. Not everything needs to be tech. Now, people who don't have tech businesses, they may use tech. Is there any joy? Is there any hope for them? Because we don't hear any non-tech businesses become unicorns or whatever the other names are. I can't even pronounce them. You don't run, you use a lot of tech, I know, right? At the end of the day. But typically yours is not a tech business. So is there any hope? Is there any joy for those people, or should they just jump out of this terrace right now?
Let me tell you about my business first. See, we are into animal feed business, which is kind of FMCG business. So, if any farmer has to do any kind of farming, be it poultry, broiler, layer, fish, shrimp, they have to use the feed, and it is normally 70 to 80% of their production cost. And you will be amazed to know that, do you know a fish farmer in Bengal, if he's using feed, he's doing aquaculture, what is his return on investment in 6 months? Return on investment on the capital. You just give me a wild guess. What it can be?
I'm sorry, sir. I only eat those, but I have no clue. But maybe 20%.
So I'll tell you, the return on investment is 60% in 6 months. So see, this is how you glamorize a business. So everybody talks about tech, digital, and like this pandemic has taught us, everything was closed. Only we were working. I have 9 factories all over India, and we didn't close a single unit for a single minute, because we were in essential commodities. Sure. Because you need milk, you need chicken, you need fish. So these factories has to run. So the main, it is all about awareness. Like you represent NASCOM, you represent different hubs which promote entrepreneurship. No one has thought about that this business is such an income generator. I'll tell you, Abhishek was telling about sustainability of this business. In 1998, I finished fresh from Bangalore. I did engineering from Bangalore. And my hometown is Bihar, Muzaffarpur. So I landed over there. Then I had a lot of job offers, but I always wanted to something on my own. Then we started with a small feed mill with 1 lakh rupees we started. So in this span of 20 years, we have built 1,000 crore-patis who are our customers, dealers, farmers. There are people who started with 30,000 transactions 20 years back, and they have their assets were 10-20 crores. So we need to popularize other businesses. I will take this opportunity to take all 4 of you in this, and we need to popularize that there is a lot more than digital. There is a lot more than just creating apps. You can make much more money in doing agriculture. You can make much more, and you can do this sustainably. You can do by using and lot of technology is employed in agriculture these days. So that's what we need to popularize other things apart from digital and tech for young entrepreneurs. Nobody can imagine. I have seen farmers doubling their income every year. I meet a lot of fish farmers. They double their income every year. They take 2 crops. So they double their income every year.
Thank you, Amit. That was fantastic. When Harsh comes and says something, whispers something in your ears, it means basically time's up. I have other questions, but there's going to be another panel, which is going to be a great panel. And after that, there's going to be a little bit of a mixer. All these wonderful gentlemen will be present. I invite all of you to come and ask questions directly to them. I'm going to try and quickly summarize. Aqib's thought process was that I think incubation plays a tremendous role as a bridge There are ideas out there. There are execution capabilities out there. We need to find out how do we sort of nurture that and provide that bridge. And I know Akib's doing a great job towards that. Shurajit pointed out something absolutely of paramount importance. He said that incubation is not just about space. Incubation is a lot more than space. It's about mentoring. It's about nurturing. It's about the word incubation, right? And I think that was great. And I think some of you who are possibly considering incubation would want to catch up with him and try and find out more. Sanjay very rightly pointed out that every business essentially is a tech business, and you need to understand technology, especially tomorrow's technology. And Amit very nicely sort of summed up that there's a lot more to life than artificial intelligence and NLP and everything else. There is a lot of great opportunities out there, and we need to keep our eyes open for that. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for spending your time with us. And I think we have kept your time, Harsh. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kaustav, and to all the panel members. But I would request Mr. Kaustav Majumdar to felicitate our guests. And I would first ask Mr. Majumdar to felicitate Mr. Shonjoy Chatterjee. Then moving on to Mr. Shurajit Chatterjee. Then Mr. Amit Kumar Sarogi. And last but not the least, Mr. Akib Hussain. But we can't forget the dashing moderator himself. So I would ask and request Akib to felicitate Kaustav. Thank you, gentlemen, for that awesome panel. But we would also like to thank our sponsors. Hospitality partner Offbeat CCU, event sponsor One House Designs and National Stock Exchange. We would like to thank our ecosystem partners. NASCOM, Thai Kolkata, Free Flow, Neotech Hub, Venture Catalyst, IIC, Techno India Universities, eCell, Y East, and BCC and I. Now moving on, we have our next panel, aptly named Innovation for Impact, a panel discussion on entrepreneurship for sustainability. I would like to first welcome our moderator for this panel, Miss Pauline Larwork, co-founder of Y East and head of social innovation, Technopreneur Surrogate Ventures Private Limited. Thank you so much, Pauline. Now the guests for the panel. Mr. Manan Mehta, co-founder of Unergia. May we have you on stage? Then moving on to our next guest and panelist, Priyanka Mondal, co-founder of Clan Earth. And last but not the least, Mr. Skand Tyagi, founder and CEO of Starshot Ventures. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Pauline, the stage is all yours.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. We hope you will be entertained and you will learn a lot from the panel that is going to happen now. Before we start, I would like to welcome my friend Shujata with me and ask someone to check what's wrong with the mic in the meantime. Shujata is the founder of Twirl, who is the Hello? Yeah, great. Shujata is the founder of Twirl, who is the gift partner of the event, and because sustainability and environmental impact is at the core of what she does, I would like us to take a minute to listen to her and to what she does, and to maybe make a couple of announcements. Shujata, over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I nearly tripped you. Thank you so much, Pauline, and it's a pleasure to be part of this event and then again get a chance to speak in it. But I had to be part of this, I think, for a number of reasons. A, because I'm a student of techno, and I don't leave an opportunity to mention that I think, life has come a full circle when that student of techno now gets to work with techno in so many different ways. I think that's amazing achievement for me. And B, I get to again work with Y East and Pauline, and this is a partnership that, that is very dear to us, and we constantly do things together. But most importantly, I had to be part of this because 12 Store is also a startup. And I actually believe in this, vibrant ecosystem. And I believe in the fact that we should all support each other. And with that thought in mind, I'd just like to, just take a little more time and just tell you in brief what we do, because we need your support to continue that as well. So 12 Store is basically an initiative to reduce fabric waste. I think we all now have overflowing wardrobes where there's so many things lying there that we don't use anymore. So 12 Store actually requests you to send all your unwanted things to us. You as a customer would get rewarded with points, but all the things that we collect, we give a part of it as clothing to those who need it, and the rest of it is all upcycled as fabric to create new products out of it. And this entire work of upcycling is all done by the rural women, thus giving them also a source of livelihood. So please do, continue to support us. Please send us your unwanted things, and whenever you need something for yourself or for gifting, please consider our handcrafted upcycle products. They're all available online on 12.store, as well as in many places, including the YE Sustainable Corner, which is right here in Offbeat CCU. And if you want to send us your things also, you can request for a home pickup or even drop it off at the Offbeat CCU, which will have a box very shortly for this collection. So as I said, it's while we support each other by doing these small things that we can make a difference. So together, let's all twirl to a better world. Thank you so much, Pauline.
Thank you so much, Sujata. Keep inspiring us, please. And we look forward to keep working together. Before I sit down, I really would like to invite all of you to be focused for this session, where we're not going to talk about money, we're not going to talk about investment, we're not going to talk about convincing anyone to lend money or do something like that. We're only going to focus on what business should be doing since the beginning of ages, and their real role into society, which is to really generate positive impact for people and the environment. I usually say that, and probably if you have heard me in speaking already, you know that. But I've been watching a lot of startups, and sometimes I'm so shocked. Maybe it's going to be a bit rough to say that, but I'm so shocked by how useless some products and services can be. Just an empty shell, just to be able to name yourself entrepreneurs. That is not how a business should be thinking ahead. The point and objective of a business should be to create real life value for other stakeholders than yourself, which was very smartly put by our chief guest, Debashish Sen, earlier today. And the three panelists that we have today here on this panel, and I'm honored to be sharing the stage with you, are all entrepreneurs that look beyond profit, that look not even beyond, but prioritize their impact on people and the environment beyond any other business criteria. Now, what's important also to understand is, of course, they use business to that objective, but they never lose this objective of mind, right? So I'm going to welcome each and every one of them one by one so you can get to better understand what they do, and hopefully they will provide you with great examples of businesses that both make money, but above all are also creating real life tangible value. Okay, so I'm going to start with Manan. Hi, Manan. Manan Mehta is the co-founder of Energia, which is a marketplace for the solar energy space. And I believe you have a very, very innovative and environmental, not even friendly, but making things really move forward at a very macro level for India and stakeholders all over the world. Can you take a couple of minutes to tell us more about Energia? Over to you.
Sure. I'd first like to thank you for this warm invite. It's incredible to be a part of this August assembly where, this is post-COVID, so like our social muscle is still trying to get used to seeing so many people together. So thank you so much for inviting us to this. I'll explain Unergia in as little statements as I can. It's basically a managed marketplace. So solar being a very complex topic with too many facets that go into making a solar plant. What Unergia does is that it aggregates multiple offers from certified installers and then basically runs an online auction to get you the best prices possible, standardizing quality for the end consumer. That's what we do here at Unergia. We also sell software as a service to a bunch of our partner installers. And we've been operating in 6 states. We have also been funded by Silicon Valley-based Y Combinator Startup School, London School of Economics Generate program, and also we've recently received a grant from Facebook as well. So that's essentially what we do at Unergia. We are operating in 6 states. And while delivering environment value is at the core of the business, we strongly believe that India being the cost-conscious country that it is, especially when you're talking to businessmen, it has to be, the environmental impact has to be encrypted behind a financial product. So that's essentially what we are trying to do through solar.
Thank you so much, Manan. Over to Priyanka now. Priyanka, you'll see, has an incredible fresh energy. And she's the co-founder, along with her co-founder over there, Brotin, co-founder of Clan Earth, which offers bags and accessories that are absolutely plastic-free, one of the first Indian brands to do so. And not only do they do this, but also for each of the purchases, they plant 5 trees, I believe. Priyanka is also on her zero-waste journey, so you can tell us a bit more about this. Priyanka, you're the best place to tell us more about Clan Earth, so over to you.
Thank you so much, Pauline. So first thing is, I'd also like to thank you to put this element of sustainability in this forum. I think it's very important to also speak about sustainability in entrepreneurship, not only in social circles or NGO circles. So thank you for that. And thank you for the introduction as well. She aptly said that my company, my brand Clan Earth, we plant 5 trees per product sold. And that is the core of the company. Whatever we sell, whatever we do, we plant the 5 trees. Okay, back here. The very reason why we do it is because it is a very integral part of reforestation, and which is the need of the hour. So that's how we conceived of this part of the brand. Other than that, what we essentially do is we created India's first, so to say, plastic-free, cruelty-free carry accessories, backpacks in the first place. So we generally don't think of backpacks, so I'll tell you a little bit that every other backpack that you've carried is mostly made out of plastic, which is polyester, or leather, which is a very cruel, chemically laden industry. So we looked into this problem, and then we came up with a backpack that we made from scratch, which was completely plastic-free and had no leather parts at all. From there, when we launched on Instagram, we were one of the first companies to use social media as our launch platform, because I and Brotin both are not in the ecosystem, so we were just like outsiders. So we used social media to start our company, and by the time the year ended, people know Clan Earth as a sustainability-based brand. So that was a great thing for us. And since then, we've been doing a lot. We've, on the product side, we've gone into wallets, which are made out of cork for us, which is the leather alternative. It is said to be it is said to be nature's most sustainable fabric, because to get fabrics, you need to harvest crops, essentially. But to get cork, it's just the bark of a tree that is harvested every 10 years. And the process is very sustainable. So we introduced cork to India. We are probably the third country, the third brand in the country to introduce cork. So yeah, it's been exciting. We only started last year, pretty much in January, and then we're hit by the pandemic, but we survived, and quite well. And here I am. Thanks, Pauline. Back to you.
Do you think I can grab this one? Or no? Thank you so much, Priyanka. When I was curating this panel, I thought it would be interesting to present a diversity of profiles, because the way you can create and generate an impact through startups and entrepreneurship are very diverse. So here you have the solar energy space, here you have sustainable products, and here you have Skand Tyagi, who is working in the IT space mostly, although it's very difficult always for me to define what you do, because Skand is a serial entrepreneur and so many more things, and a TEDx speaker and an avid reader and everything. Everything that you would like to talk about, he could probably put interesting elements on the table. The reason why I wanted to include Skand into this panel is because through the IT sector and his IT skills and entrepreneurial skills, he's really aiming at using tech for the greater good, which is also one of the reasons he came back from the US to India. So Skand, can you take a couple of minutes to tell us more about your ventures, but also the impact side of them, and how you strive to generate impact through them?
Firstly, thank you so much for the warm introduction. Thank you, Technopreneurs and Surrogate Ventures, for this wonderful startup carnival. Thank you, Meghdut, for the opportunity. Thank you, Pauline, for the opportunity. What a wonderful weather to have this kind of an event. Yes, my journey started off with a lot of tech on a school, on a collegiate level. And I started coding when I was really, really young, and started building things when I was very young, and then eventually I just continued on in that path forward. Once I got my robotics engineer degree and I started building some really deep tech, and I started to go into deep tech in the US, I realized that I come from a country where there is an entire buffet of opportunity to be able to use technology for the greater good. So one of my main motivations of coming back was to be able to leverage whatever knowledge, whatever experiences that I had gracefully received in the US, to be able to implement them and apply them in mass markets in India. Of course, I mean, like Pauline rightfully said, there are a lot of things that I'm involved in, but primarily I would like to speak about Starshot Ventures, which was actually born after one of the hackathons that the three of us were mentoring over the lockdown. And the entire concept of Starshot Ventures was to actually be able to back and help and support starshot ideas. Like, you know, you have moonshots and you have starshots, which are even bigger. These are ideas, when you talk about them in rooms, people will laugh. What are you talking about? How is that even possible? You want to make robots for villagers? How does that even work? Yes, I want to build robots for villagers using sustainable materials. Yes, I want to be able to make their lives simpler in everyday tasks as well as high impact tasks as well. So the overall thought process and the vision of Starshot Ventures is to build technologies and to be able to help people building technologies from an ecosystem perspective, which are in line with the 17 SDGs when it comes to the global goals that have been set by the UN for solving global problems by 2030. So yes, that is the space that we're looking at right now, and I have been very, very humbled to be able to get aligned and connected with some really eminent personalities who are part of the Starshots Ventures board, including ex-HAL, ex-ISRO, scientists from the country, etc., etc. And they're trying to come together and nurture and help ideas along with the overall startup community of the country to be able to propel these young minds to be able to build deep technology, and specifically deep technology products which are going to be affecting masses and changing the lives of people on ground in India and of course the rest of the world.
Thank you so much, Skand. Thank you for that, because the mosquitoes are eating my legs. Thank you so much for this mention of the 17 SDGs, Skand. For those who would not know how the 17 SDGs are, what they are is the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It's a set of 17 rules, if one may say, that present the direction, the 17 objectives we need to individually and collectively move towards in order to get this place in a better shape. And especially in India, where so many such challenges are visible, it has always been bogus to my mind, always been mind-boggling for me to understand how some people may not want to strive towards impact through their career. You know, through your careers, you will probably get to work 80,000 to 100,000 hours in total. Why would you not put your skills and your brain and your gray matter into solving these issues? And of course, you can, as these people are a live proof of, you can also earn a living out of it. So this is the whole point of this panel discussion, is to make you understand that if you do something out of this little time that you have on this planet, let it be for the greater good, right? I really would like this panel to invite all of you, inspire all of you to maybe rethink your business models if you are already entrepreneurs or maybe soon to be entrepreneurs, and really think about it in an impact-focused manner. Right, so I would want all of our guests, our three guests, to take a couple of minutes each to tell us why they chose this specific sector. Did you have a click at some point that said, you know what, I'm going to take the risk and take the impact entrepreneurship journey? And why is it that you chose to have such an impactful career? What was the click?
All right, that's a very loaded question. And so I was essentially working in... I did an internship at in the government before, because I thought that social impact was driven most heavily by the government. But then I realized that there was so much bureaucracy that your skills and your talent and your intention is lost in trying to make a change through a vehicle like the government. Then I realized that now is the most India is the most fertile ground for starting up something and attracting too much capital in order to make that explosive. And we know for a fact that after internet, solar was by far is going to be the next big thing that defines our generation. And so it was honestly like, rather than it wasn't like I was passionate about solar because of which I jumped into it, but it was a confluence of impact and sustainability and business that came together when I saw solar, which brought me to start a venture in this. So it's actually a venture co-founded by three co-founders. One is a friend from university, another is a friend from school. And what the main core thing that we assess the amount of impact that we are generating in the economy is by how much we are lessening the carbon footprint of our customers by. So in our proposals, we always tell them that, you know, when you're going solar, you are planting the equivalent of these many trees. And that's how we assess our impact and also help our customers assess the same impact for themselves. Now, I think there's a second part of your question which related to, sorry.
I asked you about if you had a click to choose this career, but I think you mentioned part of it. If you want to add something, you can.
No, that's about it, yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Manan. Over to you, Priyanka. And just before Priyanka starts answering this question, thank you, Manan, for highlighting the importance of assessing your impact. Even if you're not assessing the long-term impact of what you do, at least basic measures of your outcomes, of your activities and what they create and how many beneficiaries you touch and to what extent is it long-term or short-term, always not only gives you a proper way to maneuver your own venture, but also creates tools of communication for you to communicate internally to your collaborators as well as to your external stakeholders, typically investors, donators, etc. Priyanka, over to you. What about your career choice, your click, and
yeah, so
go ahead.
Pauline, I'd like to share that before we started last year, I've worked with HSBC before. I've worked 6 years in the corporate industry, and fortunately for me, early on I have had the experience of working with EVPs, VPs, CTOs, CEOs. They've sent me to America twice, Nigeria, so I have had that experience. And all through that journey, there was something in me which always said that I don't get the sense of this. I need to work where I can sort of understand what I am doing and what I am contributing to. So parallelly, all of these 6 years, yeah, even more than that, right from my college, I was volunteering and helping for different causes, one of them being with children. So, and handicrafting with adults. So yeah, so in 2020, the most important thing for us, both Brotin and I, was we've been working in the slums of Kolkata for the last 6-7 years. And we said that we've taught them so much skills in handicrafting things. How do we scale this? How do we make this the bread and butter? Because we've already given them hope. But how do you, scale that and give them actually financial liberty, which will have the real impact in their lives, our artisans, our local people. So yeah, that was the main thing where Brotin and I said that, can we do it? Can we build a platform where we can bring employment to people here in Kolkata and have the real impact that I've always wanted to have in my life? So yeah, that was it. And also when we started thinking about it, we were looking at so many startups in, say, some of these Scandinavian countries, like Patagonia. They've built incredible businesses based on sustainability or based on sustainable practices, even in consumer goods, right? It's not tech. And then we were like, why don't we see more of that in India? Where are Indian companies? Why are Indians not, don't Indians want to be sustainable? And they do want to be. 90% Indians want to spend more for a brand who, is following sustainable practices. So we said, if we admire these brands so much, can we build one for India, for ourselves? So yeah, that was sort of like the moment where we said, fine, we don't have much of an experience, but we're going to do it. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Priyanka. Skand, what about you?
My research project in my master's was working on the micro-location of the Predator drone, which was used to bomb certain Middle Eastern countries, where the country that I was in, and they were bombing the wrong places because their micro-location was not sorted. They were trying to bomb bunkers, but they were killing entire villages. So when we worked on it and we managed to fix that error, and then they could achieve a better a more micro efficiency in bombing whoever the hell they were wanting to bomb. I started to understand what impact my actions could have from a tech, maybe integrator or a tech perspective. Now, of course, the world is, of course, chiming about tech, but when you start thinking about the 17 SDGs and you start thinking about impact, you think about, say, in 2000, there were not even like 50,000 or maybe 1 lakh, people subscribing to the internet across the world, and right now it's 4.1 billion people. You talk about, 93% of the world right now has mobile broadband available to them. So what better way of propelling the 17 SDGs into society in general at large across the world than use ICT, which is, internet communication technology. And why not build products around ICT to be able to really make a massive impact in a large space? So that was, just one thing which led to another, and then just, it's just been taken from there. Let's see, I'm winging it big time.
Thank you so much, Skand. Very inspiring. Keep the mic for our last question to each and every one of you for a matter of time. Skand, what are your next ambitions and your next the plan that you have for the near future to increase this impact? And if there's any last message you want to share with the crowd, please do.
My immediate roadmap over the next 2 years is to find and nurture or build, all three formats, at least 10 companies under each SDG that there is, and try to take them off the ground and try to make them create the impact that I want. And my only parting message, curtains down message to everybody here, especially the younger minds, is that there is no dream that's too big. So, if you're talking, unless people are laughing at your dreams, you're not dreaming. That's the first thing. And the second thing, if you are the smartest person in a room, you're in the wrong room. Okay? These are the only two things that I want to leave behind. Thank you.
Skand. Yes, Priyanka, over to you.
Yeah. So I think in terms of impact, what we did this year was we only started and it was a pandemic year, and who the hell was buying bags? But still people loved it, and they bought and they followed and they rebought. And with that, we could plant more than 2,000 trees in a pandemic here. So, I mean, with all the lows in this year, the biggest high for Broton and me was this, that, when we plant our trees, it is done with locals in very remote village areas where deforestation has already happened. So we try to only reforest areas, not do new plantations. So the fact that we could plant all of these 2,000 trees, which if you know, on an average, for an Indian, if there are 4 trees, it will sequester the carbon that we emit as an individual. So we sort of made 500 Indians carbon neutral this year. So that impact, I think we only want to grow from here. This is just our first year. So in terms of impact, I think we can just put the number there. Our dream is 1 million trees. But these are not nonsensical trees that we are just planting for the heck of planting. These are trees which are planted in deforested areas and which brings employment to people. And then it helps have an impact in climate change. So yeah, we want to keep growing that. We want to bring more artisans in and support them. One of the other things was from March to May, we have 6 artisans. We only started with 1, and then right now we have 6. Our artisans had no orders. They have orders from local markets and they have orders from schools. Schools were shut, there were no local people ordering. So yeah, and the only orders they got from us, because we were still building our social media, we were still on there. We had built the community before. We didn't just want to push the products. We want to go at it with a very minimalistic approach and only need basis. So yeah. So both sides, on the people and on the planet, that is our plans. In terms of the brand, we want to go into everything sustainable, say clothing, say footwear. Even Planet Consulting is something that we're thinking, because when we look at bigger events and how they're conducted, I was very happy to see this paper-based. It is not plastic. So how you make events or offices sustainable. So that is also something that we're looking at. I don't know how many years, when or not, but yeah, these are some of the plans that we have in mind.
Thank you, Priyanka. It's crazy to think that it's only been a year that you're around, and you've already managed to generate such an impact. So congratulations to you.
It's been unbelievable. I mean, last year when we started, we were like, will anybody buy the first bag when we launch it? So we always want to say that, don't go into sustainability, because I mean, like, for an example, when I started going, I am a zero waster. What that means is I only produce 200 grams of waste this year. Not only produce, I managed to produce only 200 grams of waste this year, because everything, even at Planet, everything that was left by December when we went for a small trip, we recycled all of that. Sorry, I was scared. Yeah. So what we want people to do is we want them to enjoy the process. So we make our bags, our accessories in a way which are very stylish and cool and just sustainable. The makers are taking the responsibility for that. I completely forgot what I was saying, but thank you.
That was quite comprehensive. Thank you so much, Priyanka. Last word from you. So maybe a word on your next future plans, and last word for the audience.
Sure. So I just want to plug in that you should definitely think about solar, because as I was saying, one big way that we assess impact is the equivalent of how many trees that we've planted. So in the past 1.5 years that we've been in operation, we've had like 40 solar plants, 40 solar systems that are in place in 6 states of India, and that is the equivalent of having planted 300,000 trees. So it's like a lot of impact can be generated through solar and basically setting someone up for self-reliability. Because in the past generation, that is the 20th century, we've never dreamt of a world where we can think of a state or a city or even the entire country without transmission lines. People haven't produced their own electricity. We've had to think of electricity coming from the cheap coal that is burned in the coal plants and sent to us using the transmission lines. What we envisage as a company is, in our generation, maybe in 50 years, we will have an energy system which is decentralized. We will have, when we look at the rooftop of rooftop of any city through Google Earth, you can see black panels on top of the entire city, on all the roofs. And as Unerja, we just want to facilitate that, expedite the process as soon as possible.
Thank you so much. And it's always fascinating to me to think that the energy that we receive from the sun every day, I think, is the equivalent of our energy needs over a year.
So
Right.
in fact, there's a data which says that if only we put solar panels in 1% of the Sahara Desert, it's enough to power the entire world.
Impressive. Thank you so much to the three of you for this great and inspiring panel. Don't hesitate to go and meet them at the end of the session to know more, because behind these few words, there are amazing stories, and inviting you to connect with these inspiring individuals. I'm going to take 30 seconds to also announce that along with a few partners, including our friend Kostav and also Megdut, WIST is going to launch an impact fund very soon for nano and solo entrepreneurs, with the with really the objective of creating small businesses that can sustain creating livelihoods for these entrepreneurs. On this, I am going to give it back to our MC for the rest of the program. Thank you so much again to our three panelists for the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being so kind. And right now, we would actually request the guests to be here, because we will move on to the felicitation right now. And if we could have the gifts be brought near the stage itself. Yes, Rupal is doing the honors. And I would request Pauline to do the honors and felicitate our guests for the panel. Mr. Manan Mehta, thank you so very much. And moving on to the beautiful lady Priyanka Mondal. And last but not the least, Mrs. Kantyagi. And we cannot forget Pauline herself, so I would request Mr. Tyagi to felicitate Pauline herself. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. We are going to break the chain and flow of events right now, and we are going to move on to our first masterclass for the evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first masterclass that we are going to have right here, right now, Mr. Anant Duggar from One House Designs, and people who have signed out for their classes, for the masterclass in Growth with Design by One House Designs. Please stay tuned, and if you need to grab anything, your notepads or anything, just be here. Anant, we will take just a few minutes to arrange the screen to fit your convenience. Can you just give us a few minutes? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's Anant Duggar from One House Designs for you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would start the masterclass shortly. Mr. Anand Duggar is just here, and I would like you to take your seats before we start the masterclass.
All right, I have been given the cue to start, so I will take your attention and your entire focus on the screen. Requesting a little bit of attention to my voice as well, because we both work in collaboration, she and I. So whatever we say, please keep an open mind. There's a lot of new information, there's some old age information, there's some inspiration I took from today's sessions in the day itself. So I'll try to improvise. I won't keep it boring at all. I would like to interact as well. And we'll have a very short Q&A at the end for any interaction you might want, questions, queries, whatever. So in a minute, I guess. From the start, please. Cool. So as soon as I just keep an eye on me as and when I request, please bear with me. So yeah, the name of the session is Business and Growth with Design, and the entire reason why I conceived of this tagline was to enable people to get a bit of exposure to how design can impact business, why it's important to do that now more than ever in the age of tech advances beyond our comprehension levels. And yeah, so I'll just introduce myself in a very quick manner, same with the firm, and we'll go on and on in depth about the concept of design and how it interfaces with business. So that's me. Harsh's team, creative, nice job. Thank you for the nice detail over there. I'm the co-founder of One House Designs. We are incredibly, and trust me when I say we're incredibly excited to be event partners for this event. The level of engagement I could see from the afternoon, the kind of stories that were being shared. I know at a few instances I got a bit emotional because it reminded me of how large of a journey that has yet to be uncovered from today onwards. I guess today marks a great day. It's a windy evening. It's a nice breeze out there. The weather is incredible. As Meghdut and Harsh have constantly told me, 360-degree view of the city from here. So couldn't have asked for a better place to host a session on business and design. Thank you so much for that. I'm a conversationalist. I think if anyone's ever spoken to me, I hope you remember me because I talk a lot, but I talk about, at least I like to think I like to talk about ideas. I brainstorm a lot, which means if you're talking to me, the chance of me looking beyond you and thinking about 10 different ideas is like 100:1. So please bear with me whenever you speak to me, but yes, that's my strength. I like to uncover insights and realizations, and a maxim I maintain for myself and for our firm is the best realizations come from conversations, right? Some of my own brainstorms have happened at 3 or 4 in the morning. That's when I try to wake up. It's a very peaceful time, something similar to what we have right now. And I have had epiphanies of the sorts of, how do I get One House Designs exploded onto the scene? And trust me when I say this, the idea of partnering with Offbeat, with TSVPL, it happened in one of those nights when I was just thinking, what next? This came to me, and we are all here right now. So again, thankful the entire team for helping me, helping us organize this. Yeah. Next slide, please. So a little about us, and design is our business. Our business is design. What I mean by that is we like to be present at a lot of touch points where design and business interface with each other. And we'll uncover how and why that's been done for a long, long time. Also how it's been done recently, so we get to see a spectrum of the growth of design inside business. It's not just that the likes of Zaha Hadid or Dieter Rams or I think Michael Beirut, they've influenced a lot. But what about the people in the ground level who have physical, tangible interfaces with so much of the environment we talk about? How does that translate into a business ecosystem of its own? So that's kind of us. We do branding, we have our own insights, our vertical OHT insights. It's not organically touching 18,500 views. We haven't spent a single paisa on advertisement, but we're glad to have that level of engagement just on LinkedIn and then Instagram and our webpage are aside. But yeah, OHT Insights is where we try to get some sense of what our prowess is, to uncover stories, to uncover pertinent research from today, from yesteryear, and something which we feel should be impactful in the next future term as well, 6 months, 12 months, whatever. We try to give it a futuristic sense because one of our core strengths is identifying blue flags, red flags, all sorts of flags, and help our clients and collaborators see the future in a bit, not too much because we're not insane and genius, but yeah, to help them see in the next 5 to 6 months as to what can lie in their business ahead. Innovation is stemming from that. From our insights, how can we help develop a model of resilience, a model of innovation? How can we do things differently, just tweaking things here and there, but ensuring that business value is captured by those minor tweaks. So that's one of our fortes. And then of course strategy is where we try to inculcate a sense of conversation and uncover the what, the why, the whom, and the how. Next. So can I ask, I won't ask them, I know them, I've been speaking to them very kindly, they've been enough, generous with their conversations. So I'll ask around the crowd, about you, where you come from, who you are. A simple raise of hands would do. How many are startups over here? If you have your own startup, yeah, if you are part of a startup, either founders or part of a team. How many of your students? 1 student, 2 startups. Okay, how many are investors over here? Costa the investor, no. Big investor. Yeah. How many are entrepreneurs by virtue of what they do? Just for example, Meghdut, Pauline, Costa, the couple of panelists over here as well. So yeah, see, we have a good mix of the crowd, and the entire intent is to get that conversation going with whoever we speak to, not just me right now, although I'm working in layers, but whoever we speak to, ensure that we capture value from those conversations. And it's kind of a job that I've made for myself to uncover notes from our conversations, to add value to whoever we're speaking to. And trust me, it's a long journey, but it's a beautifully fruitful journey. Yeah. So, business and design, basic definition, I won't go into detail about it, but essentially what we all know of business is it's transactional in nature. We do something, we may most likely expect something in return as compensation. It could be money in the form of currency, it could be in kind, it could be a future thing where we expect to be given something by someone. So when we say you owe me one, that's kind of a business jargon for that. Design, however, it's a very simple thing, but we tend to complicate it too much. It's just the making of things, is the shaping of ideas and giving birth to these ideas. But essentially, and this took me 2 nights to come up with the whole definition from my perspective on design, which is the purposeful use of resources for a collective objective. It's not just physical resources, it could be a simple invisible resource like the mental faculties we have, our intelligence, our brain, our mind, our heart. It could be physical resources. For example, the chairs you're sitting on today were made by an artisan or a craftsman to add value to whoever comes at cafe up there, so on and so forth. It could be something, again, intangible like networking. And I'm hoping that a lot of you had some good chance at networking with each other, especially because the panelists are very keen on providing their network expertise. It's not just that you are the only ones that are adding value. They add tremendous value because they want to see the ecosystem grow. So that's some of the examples of resources that culminate together to come up into a form that can value add to whatever the idea is going towards. Yeah. So how do design and business connect? You've heard me talk about abstract concepts like innovation strategy and blah blah, but essentially I try to break it down into simple facts. It all stems from insights. As a business house that does advisory services and consulting, strategy interventions, it's our job to know what's bothering people, and that's how we uncover insights, speak with them, engage with them, converse with them. We spoke about conversations, short while ago. I'm just re-emphasizing that it's all in the insights. Once we get to know, what's bothering people, at what touch points is a delight factor coming in, at what touch points is a pain factor coming in. Now, can we capture those insights? And now, here's the tricky part, but here's the simple beauty in it. And it's a Venn diagram. It's a very clean Venn diagram. It's the intersection of desirability, feasibility, and viability. And that just simply leads to, can you make it so that it's desirable for your end audience? It could be your end users, could be the clients of your clients, could be a child, 5 years old, doesn't know how to talk English or English, could be a 75-year-old only knows how to talk, for example, Telugu or Tamil, but you've got to be able to communicate the economic value there as well. Can you do it? Can your team do it? Do you have technical expertise? Are you adept at providing the solution that you're promising? Because you can't fall short, you can't always overpromise and underdeliver. You've got to be able to deliver and where you promise. And lastly, can you make it viable? If you're running a business, it's really important to make sure you are creating profit. Yes, we focus on people, yes, we focus on the planet, but profitability ensures long-term sustainability. I think Gautam sir was mentioning a few hours ago how important it is, to focus on long-term visions. Even Devashish sir was keen on emphasizing about the fact, you would rather have a long-term vision, some pretty successful companies and ventures which value add, than having 100 short-term value addition companies or startups in a year. So that's what I mean by having a sustainable approach to it. Can we do it again and again? While we're doing it, how can we add value at all these touch points? We spoke about branding, innovation, strategy, insights. These are my own touch points. These are our touch points as a firm. We aim to add value at each and every step. And the idea is to capture that value preemptively. So we help, the essential idea is to help future-proofing. I'll come to that shortly. You move the economy. When you start adding value, let's say you built a SaaS product, your service is being used by people from Singapore, they interact with some local people who in turn fly to Australia for their holidays, they go to an island called Tangalooma, they have a shack which sells alcohol and pizza, and they have a show of penguins that come from the southern oceans. Your SaaS service or product could impact eventually the penguins, which is a non-human species. And it's a mind-blowing realization when you think about it. So, and you're adding value. You're not just limited to the region you're in. Thanks to the world right now, you can reach countries and continents beyond your imagination. If you don't have the money to fly anywhere, you can still reach people in Tangalooma. It's a remote island in Australia, but that's how powerful technology has enabled us to be. And then repeat. Once we become more and more confident of this model of uncovering insights, looking at what's bothering people, exactly specifying what our touch point expertise is. Can we deliver? Can we make it desirable? Can we make it viable? Once we have enough confidence, we do this again and again, and with enough iterations, we are living proof that you can help move the economy and you can repeat. So the idea here is to show you just some minor stats, not too technical about it. I hope everyone can see it. I'll read it out in any case. It's about two different kinds of products, but stemming from the same interface. A piece of material and something to write with on that material. Now for the past 100, 200 odd years, if not more, we've been using the modern day pencil, and the manufacturers like Faber-Castell, India's own Apsara, Stedler, they've all uncovered great value addition when it comes to having a simple pencil with graphite in your hand, sharpen it, reuse it. Sometimes we repurpose it as a jammer in the plug hole and then just break the hell out of it. But the idea is they've uncovered so much from that simple interfacing. Now what they learned throughout the years was the way technology was uncovering our potential. Screens were now replacing art papers. screens are now beginning to replace notebooks, what happens then? You don't just go out of business. That is when companies like Wacom, Microsoft, Apple Pencil recently started uncovering the potential of a tablet. And it's not an old concept, it's a fairly new concept. But their market cap is now nearly $700 million, which is just shy of 10 times below the global market cap of artisan pencils and sketch pens. Now you might think it's a big gap, a 10 times difference between the actual global leaders in physical pencils versus digital pencils. But trust me, this is a fairly new industry. Interface is a fairly new concept. The tablet is not an old thing at all. In fact, we've been using tablets for a long time. I know I have for my firm's processes. But that's the value addition I'm talking about. You can uncover insights from what's happening in the world around you. Look at what trends are developing. How can you capture value at those instances? Do you have enough gut to provide your delivery in the manner you promised? Do you have enough desirability you can bring about from the product or the service? Can you make an economic model out of it? If you can make the business sustainable by adding value again and again, then people are there to get your service or your product. So design in business today, just taking the cue from how brand interfaces happen so well, so prominently. Huge company in today's market in India, Godrej Consumer Products Limited. Current market cap, huge amount, 10 billion US dollars. It blew my mind when so I was speaking to Ms. Nisa Godrej. She's the chairperson at GCPL, and she was kind enough to share with me 2 minutes of her insights on design thinking and strategy. And this was a short while ago, and I said, Ms. Godrej, how do I uncover the potential of design thinking in a market which does not know what design thinking is? It's kind of my business to know that design thinking and strategy have economic value. But how do I talk to people without knowing what they are good at or what they like, what they don't like? It's kind of an irony that I was struggling at something which I'm talking to you about right now. She was kind enough to just point me to a simple internal interface to use. It's a process they called RIDE, R&D, innovation, design, expertise. Simple. The fact that they've internalized that process and now Godrej Consumer Products is a market leader with Synthol, with HIT, with Godrej air purifiers. In fact, one of the most innovative ideas I saw was Godrej Magic. I don't know about you, but when I saw that, I thought this is like Eno. It's like you're mixing powder in water and you're just churning it with a spoon or something and gulping it down. I guess maybe that's where they saw the visual inspiration. But then this is just soap. It's soap and powder, and you just spin it in. There you have your soap and powder mix. You don't have to worry about your soap spilling over wherever you go. That's how convenient and portable they've made the whole concept of hand washing and sanitization, because they saw that the Indian market is now afraid of experimenting. People are uncertain about things and touch points. And from a company that is so hardcore physical in its services and products, this proved to be a great game changer for them. In fact, if I'm not wrong, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, please, according to her, Ms. Godrej, the sachet version of this itself is a multi-thousand crore market overnight. In the past 6 to 7 months, they've been uncovering that economic value out of sheer design insights. And that's what I mean by design value. You uncover all these insights by looking at what's happening at all the brand touch points. People are your biggest source of information. If your ear is on the ground, if your eyes are on the people, you will get insights, and maybe someday you'll have an economic value that beats GCPL. So another new company for all the companies or startups who are interested in AI and ML, huge words to throw around, but Mylan Foundry, I personally was impressed by their business model. And so where do I begin with? So this is based on AI. I think Kostadha would know a lot about the concept of how AI would be used to ruminate on providing better content for streaming for anyone, anywhere. So what they do is they've trained thousands and thousands of hours of their AI to mimic high resolution video streaming at low bandwidth, which literally translates to saving energy, using more resources in a much more optimal manner, and the kind of ecosystem enablers they can benefit data centers, because now data centers could run in lower bandwidth, they could transfer less data, but still optimize your data so you're not interrupting in your video streaming. The black and white spotches on the screen you see when the resolution is not clear, that's where the AI comes in and just blankets over it, so you feel you're streaming 1080p when you're actually streaming 720p. Now imagine the barriers the skin can break when the likes of a 2G or a 3G smartphone can simply stream mid to high resolution videos with very low bandwidth. And these are all ex-Tata employees, so they have a lot of experience under their belt. One of the things they're using from their AI capability is to predict virality. The fact that the AI has seen so many pixels on screens and they may or may not be able to track eye movements on these pixels, they can see to what region on the screen a human eye looks at most. So they help predict virality just from the AI learning on that model itself. Stats are here for you, $87 billion market opportunity. Content streaming has everyone from the likes of Netflix, Amazon Prime, Z5 in India, Alt Balaji in India, Sony Live in India, Hotstar, Disney partnership across the world. People are going crazy over content streaming. And this right here, this intervention of looking at what bothered people in terms of low resolution servicing, poor bandwidth, low resolution, less data servicing, intervention, instant economic value, the market is here for you to see. So that is the power when you look with a designer's mindset. You can uncover what kind of pain points are happening, and if you have the capability to address it, if you have the team to make it a viable product or a service, and if you can make it desirable by your end users, it could be corporate clients or B2B, it could be a direct-to-consumer model, you can instantly help uncover economic value. So how do we look at tapping into the power of design in business? So it's breaking into two portions, conversations, something I've already spoken on, and we'll move on to environment soon after. But the idea of conversations is getting to know people, getting to understand what's bothering them, empathizing with people. Now it's not just pointing to the fact that cry when people are crying or smile when people are smiling. It's how we observe them in their native environment and see what their behavior change is like. I mean, what's the variability of the behavior? I'll just insert a small thing, like a small segue into the heartbeat section now that we mentioned variability. Now, heartbeat variability is seen as the lead indicator of a person's emotions, right? Has anyone heard about Viome, the venture by Naveen Jain? Yes, no? Yes, no? So Viome essentially does customized nutrition for a lot of its clients. Naveen Jain is an Indian American now living in Silicon Valley, and he's now uncovered, I dare say, a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity overnight, because he uncovered through his own research, when he empathized with people, that the majority of prescriptions written by doctors of any kind, endocrinologist, gastroenterologist, could be cardiologist, any logist, any kind of doctor, the majority of drugs on those prescriptions were for anxiety, stress, and depression. That's it. All these medicines are tuned to make you feel better, whether you're feeling sick, whether you're feeling, let's say, you're about to just lose your anxiety and then not being able to think straight, whether you're feeling like a lack of energy, you need nutrients or vitamins. I mean, that's the brilliance of uncovering insights through empathy. And that is where a person like Naveen Jain comes in, looks at what's happening in the medical world, and simply says, okay, how do I address that? And now they're doing customized nutritions for all of their clients across the world. Instant trillion-dollar opportunity, because their current market, their competition is every pharma major out there. So think about the world which we're living in right now, where someone like him or someone like Viome, for that matter, is eyeing the future and not just the present. So future-proofing your business and the world. Insights. Again, I've repeated it too many times, so I won't go deep into it. Uncovering what lies in front of you. Can you read between the lines? Can you point the flags? And can you take a flag and say, yeah, what can I do with something like this? Do people want this flag color to be changed? Can I make it into a yellow or a red or a blue to have economic value to add when I change the color of this flag? So on and so forth. Future-proof, again, just stemming from that insight portion. When you uncover insights that just might step you over into the future, you are essentially future-proofing. When you uncover what customers really want but are not getting, you're helping build for the future. Again, because Steve Jobs' name is thrown out everywhere when the word innovation and future comes in. How many people know that he took a typography class while he was at university or college? Not many people credit that to him leading the entire explosion of content-based marketing and future-based marketing for the people in the present. He's infamous for pointing out that he's arrogant and he thinks he knows too much about people without them telling him, and Apple has the same culture. But has anyone thought that the simple typography lessons that he took at university or college enabled him to think how people react to font? The whole concept of a font in front of your screen, it's because it's not just that AV or audio visual is the key market metric to help you understand how people are interacting. It's a text that goes with the AV, with the animations, with the graphic illustrations that help you bind your message together. Does anyone know what Apple's font is like, by the way? No? The font of Apple, I think it's, if I'm not wrong, it's Helvetica New. Yeah? So my favorite font, this entire presentation is Helvetica New. But yeah, the idea is to get that sense of futuring your own venture without people having to tell you, but you've got to notice it even if people aren't telling you about it. Second part of how to tap into the business of design, the environment around you. By that, I don't just mean the biospheric environment. Yes, nature will always have a role to play when it comes to biomimicry, when it comes to inspiration. Circular economy is a model which I'm personally a fan of. For those of you who don't know the model, it's basically using nature inspiration and using resources, material resources, for as long as possible in the human value chain without sending them to the trash can or the trash fill. Right? That's what circular economy is. That's a direct inspiration from the biospheric world around us. Now the built environment is the other part of the environment. We are now sitting in a place that was conceived of a few months ago, and as Mingdut was kind enough to point out, 15 odd days, that's a fortnight into rebuilding this place for people who want to come in a rooftop place, uncovering the desire that people want to be in an open place in a time when people don't want to be in an indoor environment. How did something like that happen? You've always got to keep your eye out for some interventions like that. The built environment is a great example of how human beings use limited space to uncover limitless opportunities. Right? So that's the idea that we're trying to get over here. Yeah. Next, please. So, then just summing up the concept of the business and design interaction, branding, it's got to be on point. It helps tell your story very effectively. You could be someone from Ogilvy, you could be someone from Times, you could be someone from, I don't know, One House Designs for all I care. But if you have your branding straight, your story set straight, your people are going to come back to you again and again. 25,000 is the number of people who've come to Cafe Up There right now. The whole fact that there is a recurring audience that wants to come over here because they've known now what Cafe Up There means, what Offbeat means as a building, as a symbol of entrepreneurship, of production, of arts, of innovation, and then that's a brand by itself, right? And that's the whole point of engaging with people with a very, very powerful story. The story has got to stem from your insights. Innovation. Can you uncover something different in a changing time like this when nothing is clear, nothing is certain, but you can still use the uncertainty to pivot? So here's the oxymoron, pivoting on uncertainty. Who would have thought that we could use the uncertain times from COVID to get to what people really, really want, the essentials? Some of these insights, I've been looking at McKinsey reports and Deloitte reports. They've been uncovering whole points of insights. So people now don't want that many clothes. Now people want the subscription model. Companies like IKEA, they've been at the rage for a long time. You know, I as a university student have used IKEA, the whole DIY model, before it became the popularist movement it is today in the eastern part of the world. But they saw the opportunity, I don't know what, 40, 50 years ago. Their co-founders have this entire concept of, can you help people interact with your furniture without telling them that they should use the furniture in a certain manner? You help them touch your product and assemble your product, and you give them ownership of the entire thing. When you build something with your own hands, I mean, there's a great value addition you're doing right there itself. So yeah, strategy stemming from the fact that you now have so much of depth of expertise. I think Mr. Abhishek Rongtaji of IndusNet was pointing out over the fact if you're running a startup, if you're running a cohort, if you're running a nexus, you better have enough depth of that topic, of that point of interaction, that you can educate the people around you, you can educate the investors, and they need to be quote unquote flowed, right? And that's the whole point. You point out about the who, the what, the why, and the how. So yeah, that's strategy. Should be done. Yeah. So just a short video for the one of the products we're launching. 1 second. In fact, pause please. So the idea that you can uncover insights, the idea that you can manifest intelligence, the idea that you can enable people to empower themselves and not patronize them into thinking that you're the only one who knows best, right? How do you uncover individualistic empowerment, add economic value, add a bit of bling to it, generate emotional connect with the people, and ensure that the value addition is multifold. So that's where this comes in. So yeah, is the audio all right? Is the audio all right? Can't hear the audio. Please pause. Can you select the HDMI version and select output in the audio? That should work. I have it ready. So what we'll do is we'll hold on the video, even if it's not sorted, I'll still help distribute to all the people who have attended so far. What I'll do is just uncover this, I don't have a box, so I can't say unboxing, like Unbox Therapy, the guy with the hat, but I'll just tear this packaging apart and help show the physical manifestation of all I've been blabbering about, the fact that there's insights, there's innovation in insights, there's touch point interaction, there's branding. I think this notebook stands testament to that. In fact, one of the first few people I showed this to was Meghdut himself. He loved the idea so much that he took a photo of me and then said, "Hey Anand, smile, I'm going to post it all over social media." I'm like, I'm not ready with the launch. So yeah, here we are today. Although we've launched it officially, we've been shipping across India, we've been getting some great feedback for it. But just for the people over here, let me just open this up. Pauline, I'm sorry for the plastic over here. Promise I'll use paper packaging the next time. Yeah, so here it is. I've tried my level best to have the brand color of One House Designs on this notebook. There's also a classic matte black version. This is the entrepreneur planner for every seed stage, venture stage entrepreneur that wants to uncover their potential. And I mean when I say it because I was one of the few people who needed something like this a few years ago when I was a founder, getting the entire discipline of an entrepreneur. Kostadda was mentioning about the fact that Kostadda was mentioning the fact that there is a discipline that needs to be inculcated in an entrepreneur. So this is testament to that. Everyone is welcome to take a look at this and flip through this. There's 10 different sections inside of it. I'm sure you like it. If you don't, I'm more than welcoming your feedback because I would love to improve on this. It's not a blank notebook. Trust me, there's a lot of pages inside you can use as a user. So yeah, this is the Entrepreneur Planner. I'm from One House Designs. Thank you so much for your time. And I hope this session added some value to whoever was around here. And hope to get together with you all soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ananduga. That was seriously a masterclass. But moving on with the evening, we have the last panel discussion. And for that, I would like to call the moderator for this panel, Mr. Shotrajit Sen, a National Award-winning producer, director, and director, Tripod Entertainment. and also the man who carries the grey and black better than anyone I know. So, if I may please welcome the panelists, Ms. Shravani Chakraborty, Managing Director, Support Act, Mr. Shupriya Roy, ex-Star TV, ex-Times of India Business Head at the JD Production Private Limited, and Ms. Sudeshna Roy, Indian actor and director. Sudeshna, she's just there. Oh, that's how clumsy of me. Yes. So I would request Mr. Shotrajit Sen to felicitate our speaker for the masterclass, Mr. Anand Tukka from. Thank you so very much. We are waiting for Shudesh Nadi to join us shortly, but the mic is all yours, Shotrajita.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We'll not keep it boring. So I would. Since we are at Offbeat CCU, I'd like to disrupt, as Meghdut would like to call it. So, Kaustav, can you just join us for this session? Because I know for sure, I have not met you as a part of, an IT consultant or whatever labels were given. I have met you as a producer, so you have to come and join us, and we'll have an interesting chat. And I would, lot of people know that, and I think he doesn't want a lot of people to know, because he'll probably get hounded, by them in terms of investment and stuff like that. But please do join us. We have an interesting session which we were keeping on kind of shifting because Shudesh Nadi was stuck, but she's here. We're just waiting for her, and we'll keep it conversational and try and make this as interesting as possible to people. Let's, I think, start. So let's take our seats and start up. The session I am moderating is media in this, let's say, changed circumstances and its impact. So I would like you guys to introduce yourselves. So Mr. Shupriya Roy, he should give a brief introduction about himself.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. My name is Shupriya Roy. I've been in this media entertainment industry for the last more than 25 years. I was with the leading broadcasters across India, and now I'm into productions. So it's more or less the 360 degree of the entire entertainment and media gambit. So that's me. To the
Shravani.
Hi, I'm Shravani Chakraborty. I'm into this media and entertainment industry for past 23 years, and primarily specialized into television non-fiction shows. And currently I'm working with various kinds of new concepts in the digital front, and let's see how it goes.
Jumudi.
Hi, I'm Sudeshna Roy. I have been a journalist, and then I changed over because times were changing. So from print media, I went into audiovisual. That was way back in 1994 when the satellite revolution hit us. And since then, I've been going from one platform to the other, changing my way of thinking, changing my programming, because from television now it's OTT. I've been to the big screen, I've been on television, and now OTT. So basically I'm from print to I'm a communicator. I want to communicate. To me, what matters is communicating, and the platforms, be it the OTT platform or the big screen or the small screen as on television or the print media, I try my hand at all of them.
Costa.
I started off in technology. I eventually, over the last 25 odd years, I have done a lot of different things. I have no real specialism, unfortunately. I have also spent a little time in Shraddha's industry. That's how I met him. I currently teach in a few institutions, and I work with a large number of startups. Some of them have done well, some have not, but it's been a great learning experience for me. I also am a consultant with a few boring companies, but they're the ones who pay for the bills. And finally, I have no clue what I'm doing over here on the dais, but I'm still here, and thank you.
You are on the dais primarily because Jumudi wouldn't know that there was a film called Chowkat, Raja Dasgupta. Sudesh Nadi, if you recall, Chowkat.
Yeah, of course I
so
know.
he's the producer.
Okay, hi.
Yeah.
That was
so
a
obviously,
wonderful film.
yes. So obviously, I think since he wears many hats, he deserves to be on the stage. Yes, and this is offbeat CCU, so it has to be an offbeat kind of thing. Yeah. Moving on, media is, media and entertainment is a subject where we all have spent considerable number of years and stuff like that. What has changed in let's say 2020 when COVID hit us is primarily the consumption. So as Srideshnadi said that it's like OTTs have taken over, so she's seen it all. She's been a print journalist. Print is facing tough time in today's date. Things are evolving, the trade has evolved, but we feel a grouse in this media industry because entertainment is something which I think everybody would agree made people survive 2020 mainly because the consumption of entertainment on the OTT platforms, everybody's got one subscription or the other. So I would first like to begin with Sudeshnadi, since she's kind of seen it all. What is the change which you see, let's say primarily post-COVID in media? So what's the new media like, in your vision?
See, I'll tell you what happens is in our industry, we at times don't look ahead. We often think that, okay, films, we are sort of, in Bengal especially, there is always this holy cow kind of impression that the films are the biggest thing, that gives you the biggest, biggest high possible. It is. It's still very important. But if the film studios or film halls are not open, then what do? You primarily want to reach people. So for me, when I started live from print, when I went into after the satellite revolution, I realized in 1994 actually the skies opened up for India. Before that, everything was government media. So in 1994, I realized that the power of, and we were not trained, we learned on the job. So television became very important for us. And at that point of time, I remember I was very often told, oh, you're working for television, it's not the same as films. There was this, but thank God I wasn't bogged down by these staid kind of remarks, and I went on to make films, and I'm not ashamed to say that my films did very well when it was shown on satellite. For me, what is important is getting across to the audience. Very often when you had in a hall, sometimes my producer was not that big, he couldn't afford that kind of media support or media advertisements, so that on the first day everybody would come to the halls. And very often I have seen that maybe my film was pushed out of a hall at one point or the other, but later on satellite, it has given an enormous TRP rating. But of course now ratings are all suspect after what's happened. Anyway, whatever be it, I've seen that we could communicate with people. And also, when we were making films, I still remember my second film, which was a runaway hit, which was the first film that ran 10 weeks in a plex. There were two reasons for it. The film was different, youth-oriented, and second, the Hindi film industry was on strike, so there were no Hindi films. So that was a big boon for me. So 10 weeks This was a film called Cross Connection. It did very, very well. And it was a film where we took, at that point of time, all the artists who were in that film were television artists. Abid Chatterjee, Ritik Chakraborty, Payal Sarkar, and Rimjim Mitro. All 4 television artists. And I was at a point told, you're taking television artists, you know, you have such a good script, such a good film, but it will not run because these faces, they see them every day. Nobody's going to come. And the man who told me that today is running around looking for work, whereas Abhi, Ritik, Payal or Rimjim are always working. So what I'm trying to say is you have to believe in what you're doing. And when we started, when OTT came on, when we did our first OTT piece for a channel called Adda Times in Bengali, it was called Virgin Mojito. It was about 6 girls who were virgins and who decided that why is virginity such a big deal in our country, where men are never questioned whether they are virgins or not before marriage, but why is a woman questioned? And that was a runaway hit. And I could do it on OTT because, see, when I made my film, Cross Connection, the tagline was honeymoon before marriage. Because we all, at that point of time, in 2009, all of us used to go for holidays with our boyfriends, but nobody came out in the open. It has been happening for years. 2009, I was a grown-up person. I've been doing that since the 1970s. Okay, only my mother didn't know. Okay, so here also we had that, and we could do something different. So what I'm trying to say is, think out of the box. Think different, and don't worry about image. When people told me you're doing it for OTT, for a Bengali OTT, why? You're filmmakers. Your films have been shown in IFI. So what? My job is communicating. My job is reaching people. My job is, I want to talk about. I made another film which was called Akla Cholo, which was a film about a girl. The tagline was, I want to be a mother without a father. So it was about a single. So that was the tagline which worked. And till date, that was a satellite premiere. Till date, no film in that particular channel has hit the kind of ratings that this particular film did. Then we made another film called Mayer BA. And that has been on YouTube with no advertisement. But in 4 years, it had, the last time I had checked, it had 24 million views. Now it has been withdrawn from YouTube. I'm sure the producers have put it in an OTT platform or are trying to sell it to an OTT platform. I don't know what, but the last was 24 million. So what I'm trying to say is, just think out of the box, just do things, have conviction, and don't worry about image and whether you're a film director or whether you're a television director or whether you're an OTT director. Today, Saif Ali Khan is rage. Today, a lot of people are making forays into people who even 2 years back said, no, I don't want to do OTT because that's, people watch it on the phones. So what? People watch it on the phones. People also watch it on big screens at home. What difference does it make to you as long as people, as a maker, what difference does it make to you whether I watch it in Louvre, if I make a painting, whether it is only at the museum or on the road, as long as people appreciate and watch it. Thanks. I think I've spoken enough. The others should go ahead now.
It was very enriching to hear. I'll pass on the mic to Supriyo. Supriyo has worked with Ritu Ghosh in his much acclaimed national award winner Dahon. From there to distribution, back to productions now. I would want him to kind of enunciate on his experience in productions at that point of time. Moving on to distribution, which no longer is as relevant as what. So we've worked together in distribution for Star. So I would like him to kind of sum up on his experiences with the productions at that point of time, distribution then and now, and productions as he's coming to see it, because he's currently the business head of a production house based out in Calcutta. Shukriya.
Yes, it's been a long journey, right? I was in Star in 1998. It's a preliminary stage of Star in India. Star was 223 crore company, and I worked there more than a decade in that company. When I left Star, it was a 50,000 crore valuation. It was once on 2000. Mr. Murdoch came down to Peter and said, I'm going to wind up this business from India if you're not going to pull up your socks. He has given a couple of $1 million to this gentleman and said, you got to turn off the table. Then he went on to make Who Wants to Be a Millionaire to KBC. And that satellite television from there, it opened the floodgate of the entire. We have seen that success. You know, it was an embargo in this part of the country where Star was boycotted from the platforms, distribution platforms, because of the marginal rates that we used to charge at that point of time. And from there, it was an analog business we used to run. RT11, wires all across, and government used to be on a back foot because there was no technology to catch hold of the transparency that you consume on a television set. Now today, after digitization, it's been a paradigm shift. 20, 25 years down the line, it's been a paradigm shift. And ad sales is no more the key revenue earner for a broadcaster today. It's almost 65 to 35 or 60-40. That's a ratio which has been transformed post 2017 onwards, because the government is getting the transparency, the broadcaster is getting the pies, because 90% of the leakage in analog when we used to run was consumed but not being paid. It was only on the advertisers' voice that we used to depend on the revenues. Time has changed, digitization has happened, and everything, the floodgate has opened. OTT platforms had opened. Other local guys have really risen to their peak today. International players are also going to come down straight into India, because last 5 years there has been a Comcast and the Liberties of the world are just doing a due diligence out there in Delhi, because they are waiting for the right time to crack down to India, because India is such a huge consumer data in numbers that a small percentage itself is a huge transformation of revenue. So every angle post-digitization, it's a huge floodgate that has opened. Along with the linear television, the OTT platforms, along with the local guys out here, the city cables, the Hathaways, the Dens, the GDPs, they are ruling the country today. And these valuations are not a 360-degree as on digitization today is concerned. It's almost a hybrid. We have a set-top box placed, but it's not been valued. That's going to be valued tomorrow, and it's going to come down to an equation of a NASDAQ. So it's a huge, we are on a $16 billion industry. It's going to come down to 2025 approximately to $19 billion or approximately to that. It's a huge market. It's a highway today. Guys, you just got to have persistence and got to run and see what's there on the other part of the tunnel. Just wait and things are going to happen. Huge opportunities are there for the local guys. You don't have to go to the metros. You don't have to go to the international level. Your local guys out here in our kind of industry, in a media and entertainment, the local guys are going to actually reap the maximum, because if you compare the telecom sectors and the OTT platforms or all the broadcasters that we have, most of the content are same. You know, it has to be niched with the local guys, and that is the key. And people are going to reap out of it. That's what I see. Huge opportunity. Just wait and fight out this digitized scenario. It's a fantastic opportunity, and you got to look out for the changes. Each and every day it's changing. The government is going to support its out and out 2018 onwards. Media and entertainment is a important part of the GDP today. So it's going to shift further. Valuation going to change. Things are going to be more brighter. So just go to wait and see how it transforms. So that's my balance.
Thank you. Very important question to Srabonidhi. Srabonidhi has been, as she said, she's been a part of many leading channels in the non-fiction space. Right now, you are the managing director of Support Gate. That's a digital marketing agency.
Yes.
So my question to you,
Events and digital marketing.
events and digital marketing. Okay, so we all have ideas about events. I would not go into that part. Let me just ask you about digital marketing. We all know that how digital has like taken over everybody's lives over the past few years. Particularly in the marketing space, it's kind of close run between digital marketing and the other forms of marketing. But as let's say a filmmaker, an entrepreneur, I have felt that this digital marketing coinage is a very gray area, because very few people know what digital marketing is. But everybody I meet, or every second person I meet, seems to be a digital marketer. So I would ask you, how do we differentiate between somebody who's a digital marketer but has experience on the subject and can be entrusted with, let's say, a project? So like Meghdut was looking for, let's say somebody to promote his page and his endeavors and so on and so forth. And he was bouncing his ideas to me, but I could not recommend that one particular person or an agency in Kolkata who would be doing justice to the amount he is willing to pay, because I am not confident myself. So if you can kindly enunciate more on this particular part, it will be a good learning process for us. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And now first, before I start, I would like to thank Meghdut to include this media and entertainment as in the startup carnival, because earlier it was not acknowledged as as a part of startup initiative. But I'm really it's extremely enlightening to see that this has been included, and a lot of discussions are happening today. Now, getting back to your point, Shatrajit, I feel that, digital marketing agency, normally in common parlance, now what we see that people who have enough IT base and information technology related informations, can only do digital marketing. But obviously that's an important part. But along with it, if you really have to highlight a brand, and if you really have to set some milestones and achieve that, which you can definitely do because it's a very ROI based tool, this particular medium. So what is required also, very good communication. So content is very important. Now who makes that? So now people think that you don't need an age-old advertising agency or a creative agency anymore. So here a combination of both is required actually to give the brand a proper edge. So you need a very good brand strategist, you need a good copywriter, you need a very good designer to understand the brand properly and then communicate it to that standard. And finally, the IT part is also there. But normally what happens, people think that only if people have enough IT based knowledge, then digital marketing can happen. But yet the desired results will not be there unless the marriage takes place properly.
Okay. And how do you see, let's say, the shift or the change in, let's say, perception that in 2019 versus 2020 post-COVID, how do you see digital marketing playing a role in that?
Digital is definitely the future, and it's going to, gradually improve, and a lot of innovations will take place in this field. And as you can see, all the television channels also, since I have worked extensively in television, I have seen, time and again I have faced a lot of challenges right from the day. In fact, Shudesh Nadir reminded me of my days where I used to be a music critic. My passion for music was there, and I used to be a music critic in Telegraph. From there, and I used to, my journey started, and then, entertainment programs, events, corporate events, and then into television. Now over there also we have faced a lot of challenges. You'll agree that during our times there was no budget at all. So anything we would do is without budget, auditions or whatever, talent search. But these days you can see the kind of money is being splurged, and that or really, gives me, I'm very happy to see that, it's improving, and they are spending, channels have realized, and they are spending. Fortunately, I have worked with a man who has actually thought this non-fiction entire space which has come up, is he has thought of televising Antakshari. He has thought of televising this contest musical shows which used to be a ground event, and it was Z Saregamapa was just a success story. Gajendra Singh, I have worked with him for 15 good years earlier, and then I was sent to Bengal to start Z Saregamapa in Bengal. And as Shudesh Nadir was mentioning that in 2006 ETV used to be #1. So they had a running show called Saregama, Sathekesa. So at that point of time, the challenge was, how, to place Saregamapa and get a certain TRP, which I had a target. So, it was a tremendous success. Saregamapa won, and it is holding a high record TRP. And the reason being was that I launched it at a time when there was no national program. So I thought this should, I have to somehow establish this, and I have to use that time space where we have no other competition, and everybody's eye will be there in Saregamapa. And that's how, I feel that's a major reason for people. Then comes content and all, but definitely this was timing is very, very crucial. And also I totally agree that whatever we do, we have to be very, very passionate, and also we have to believe in our concept. And as you said that before, in 2019 and getting back to 2000 post-pandemic, see, the problem, we always, we had, whenever we shot in television, we had live audience, but now we have to compromise on that. So where I feel, I have done in ETV, with ETV in Ramoji Film City, I have done shows without audience also, but you don't get that kind of energy. Somewhere, that lacks, and I always feel camera never lies. So that comes out, and later on we came here, we had separate audience shoot, and we edited it together, but the feel was not there, So I feel that the challenge will be again, doing a non-fiction show without audience now. And but we always, we have to innovate, and we have to think of new formats and see how we can involve audience in a different way, and to innovate and make the show little different, so that you get your online audience take part. So innovation is something which we have to constantly do and go ahead.
Thank you. So I saved my last bit of questions and my reason for getting Kaustav on board. Kaustav, as I've said before, I met primarily as a producer who's no longer interested to produce content. So my question to Kaustav is very simple. We are sitting here at the Entrepreneurs Meet, and it's a startup carnival. But if I, let's say, as a Bengali content maker, approach any of the investors, let's say a Meghdut or a Skand or any of you sitting here who are investors, nobody will agree to produce or put in their money in Bengali content. So even today there was an announcement. Kaushik Ganguly, he's an acclaimed filmmaker. He's making a debut in his first Hindi film, which apparently is a co-production between Surinder Films and other companies. So everybody you talk to in Bengal is moving towards the Hindi space, which I, of course, kind of feel very proud about, because that's a national language, pan-India, more in terms of visibility and stuff like that. But what Sudeshnadi said, what Shrabanidhi said, they had launched Saregama when there was no national program. Sudeshnadi, released a film which did wonderfully well because there were no Hindi films. Out here, the halls had opened, there are no Hindi films, the Bengali films are running. So back to Kaustav, your experience with the Bengali film industry, being a producer, having high expectations, make all of them crashing down. So what would make you come back and put in your money in a Bengali film?
As far as television is concerned, you will bear me out on this. Despite the national Hindi programs, Bengali programs have a higher TRP rate here.
No doubt about
Bengalis
it.
like to watch Bengali programs. So you just have to reach it to them.
Correct. That's what the fight is.
I
Right?
want to tell, out of 200 million television homes in the country, it's only 44,000 metered boxes, right? You are measuring it on a landscape of what, 200 million television homes. That's quite small as far as the sample size is concerned. So the judging concert or a show, this sample size is yet not correct. There are loopholes, leakages, and sample size has to be ratioly, it should be on, and a little bit of more TRP guidance has to be placed before you judge a program excellent or not excellent. That's what I personally feel.
Back to my original question to Kaustav, your experience, expectations versus reality, and what would make you maybe rethink about putting in your money, because few people know Kaustav is an excellent scriptwriter. He has several stories which he wants to tell. We've discussed a number of them. Then he's put all of them into the back burner, and he thinks that he's better off teaching, which is all right. It's completely a democratic country. But I would want to kind of bring that facet of his dream to fruition. So, Kaustav, all yours.
Thank you, Shatrajit. Meghdut calls Shatrajit my frenemy. So I think it has been, both of us are each other's frenemy. So I think it's kind of correct right now, putting me on the spot. The first time I met Shatrajit was in 2013-14. I went along with a friend of mine called Debashish. The two of us had jointly written a story which was eventually made into a movie called Arunodep. I was associated with another movie called Sheshanko. I was not a producer there, but I kind of worked with Tathagato and a couple of other people. And then there was obviously Rajada's film. I don't think I'm an excellent scriptwriter. I do write stories. I like to tell stories. I actually found out how wanting I was and how inadequate I am in terms of writing a script while working with Mickey during Arunodep. And in fact, I bowed out of writing a script because I realized that I just don't have the goods. I realized that writing a story and writing a script are two very different things. But I wanted to tell stories, and I was very influenced by OTT abroad, and I had just moved back, and I thought, and OTT wasn't so big in India back then, 2013-14, and I wanted to make films. It was an interesting process. I will not get into the financials of it. It was not very exciting. Let's just put it like this. It's not my sharpest of financial decisions in terms of, and I also realized that the industry has very set kind of people. I'm not going to blame people. That's the easiest thing to do. I realize that certain types of people with tons of available cash, for them, burning the money has got other connotations and other reasons. So getting a financial return is not the same. I also realized that distribution which is why I met Shotrajit, is a completely different beast. And staying outside the industry and thinking you can do it is not the same. But having said all of those things and listening to my co-panelists over here, Bengali is the 7th largest spoken language in the world. I agree with ma'am over here. Bengali content has its own space. My wife is a non-Bengali. She prefers watching Bengali TV series. She's a doctor. She comes back in the evening from her hospital doing all wonderful things that doctors do, and then she wants to watch some TV series. She doesn't watch Hindi TV series, incidentally. She watches Bengali TV series. Obviously, my mother keeps watching all kinds of stuff, which I have no clue what she watches. But clearly there is a market for it. And I think one of the things that has happened, and I think we need to thank coronavirus for that, is OTT is here to stay. And I personally feel that's the big ticket. And you will find people like me who have stories to tell, because they just can't understand the film industry, right? And frankly speaking, I don't even want to understand beyond a point. And I don't need to, because I cannot sort of come and fly in and do 1 or 2 films and spend 2 years and claim to know the industry where people have spent their entire lifetimes over there. And that's just being too sort of, big, and I don't want to do that. Arunodev, we could not release on the halls. We had lost so much money over there at that point in time. And frankly speaking, the primary producer, Kaushik, whom you know, the two of us sat down and we said that we're going to have a drink, and when we came to this sort of conclusion, if you're going to book the costs of the drinks, Arunodev will go further down. So we chose to have Bhade Cha, and we realized that we need to release it in the OTT platform. In fact, we released it in Z5.
And that's prior to Corona. So there was
yes, and eventually Arunodev turned out to be but Mickey was shattered.
Heartbroken.
He was heartbroken, and he hated Kaushik and me. And this from Mickey's point of view, he was confident that the movie will do well. From Kaushik's point of view, and he was a primary producer, he wasn't confident, and we had already lost so much money. The budget that we had set was 10 rupees. We had already spent 30 rupees, which is, these things happen, I suppose. But at the end of the day, Arunodev did very well, I'm told, in Z5. I'm not sure, but it did very well. And Mickey stands vindicated. He feels that if he would have released it, it would have been the next big thing after Sliced Bread. I'm not so sure about that. I mean, much as I like him. But the fact of the matter is, there is a big gap between, you said expectations vis-a-vis reality. Unlike people such as you, and I have watched almost all your movies, you're obviously you're a sensation in many different ways because of the kind of stories you tell. But a large number of people, this is not to pick on Tathagato or Mickey or all, they're good friends of mine. I think a large number of people in the industry do not understand how the dynamics of money making works. And that's as important as making the film. But the other side is equally true, because I have also met other producers, and you and I have had conversations about it. And I remember you telling me, what are you doing here? Right? And how right you were. I hate to admit that, but you were right. There are two very different types of people working. I think there is a lack of professionalism in the industry. At the end of the day, it's a business, and returns need to be there. But at the same time, this is a high-risk business. You cannot get only returns and tell a bad story. I understand that, and I think OTT is the way to go. There's nothing like watching a film in the big theaters. But if I'm going to put money in, I'm going to go back in. I would love to, but it'll be possibly in OTT. Not because it's going to be cheaper. I'm not sure it's going to be cheaper.
But at least you'll get certain security.
You kind of look at it, there are less variables at play over here. And as you compare it with the cinema, theatre and all that. I do not know how it happens in Delhi, in Bombay. But in Calcutta, I think the swan song for us is going to be OTT.
Perfect, great. And yes, I would have had obviously come back to you and asked you to conclude the session. Before saying so, I would agree with Kaustav, the OTT part. So there was, I gave a debut film to a filmmaker called Pradipta Bhattacharya, which won him the national award. I released it 5 times, which gave me a producer's share of 38,000 rupees in terms of ticket sales. 5 times, 5 different sides. I fought a lot with it. Whereas his first assistant, Meghdut Rudro, I gave him the debut again on not an OTT but for a Zee Bangla Cinema Originals, which he's made tons of content for them. At least that did not make me lose money because it was a commissioned project. And he got to make his first film. Whether or not he makes a second is immaterial, but he got to make his first film. So all accolades to Sudeshnadi, who's reinvented her and has been always open to making films for whatever platforms. Very few filmmakers from her generation, I think, would agree to make a film to be consumed on a mobile device, but they have been continuously upgrading, let's say reinventing, upgrading, and changing with the times. Both Sudeshnadi and Ranada, who's not here. So I would like you to conclude the session by, let's say, your little bit of advice for people who are wanting to be a part of this industry in terms of investors, but shying away from it.
Thank you. I just want to thank Shotrajit before I forget, because I'm not very good at formalities. I like to take on things immediately because I know people get bored. I work with a government organization, semi-government you could say, a constitutional body, and when we go up on stage, people take half their 5 minutes of speaking time thanking people, and I'm so glad and all that. I don't want to do that. I want to use my 5 minutes. Okay? So I just want to tell you is that we've tried, both Abhijit and I, because Abhijit, I have other sources of income, but for Abhijit, it has always been filmmaking. He has wanted to do that from early childhood. So we keep making doing things, innovating, doing things for different platforms. When television came in, we were the first people actually to do these news. I was part of a program called Aankho Dekhi. When I left my print job, we used to do anything and everything. We were at one point of time, I remember Proshenjit Chatterjee, who has always been a backer for us, when Zee came first in 1994 with 2-hour programs, I was asked to do a women's magazine program. And that was the first women's magazine program in Bengali, which had cooking, fashion, because I used to work for a magazine which was a hit magazine called Shanonda. So when this happened, after that, we kept making women's magazines. One was called Nari, one was called Poroma. So I remember once Proshenjit said, Acha, you two, you're Mrinal Sen and Satyajit Ray of Bengali magazine programs. So Brana said, I'm Satyajit Ray, she's Mrinal Sen. So it doesn't matter. Okay, so we did, like you said, I did a program for a channel called Akash, which is now changed hands. It has become Sony. But at that point of time when ETV was there, it was very close to ETV. And we did a program at 5:30 called Srimoti Buddhimoti, which was it was a quiz program for housewives. And my son used to say, it's very apt, because you're Sri Moti, because I was fat, and those people you keep asking questions are all Buddhi Motis. Because one of them had answered, I had asked them, which city is called the Apple City? So they said Kosani, or some such thing in, things like that. So anyway, we've tried everything, and I think what is important, and I will keep on saying this, is returning, say what he said about this originals that we do for Zee, or for now Star has also started commissioning films within a budget. So as a result, what happens is you cut your coat according to your budget, according to the cloth. So think of it that way. I know I cannot. When I did, I had the opportunity of working with OTT series that we did during the pandemic, which is called Black Widows. I don't know whether any of you have seen it. I was the second unit director for it. My son was in the first unit. So it was kind of, handed over to me, the second unit. Nepotism. Okay? No, it was because their second unit, the last day, the second unit, before the shoot, they had corona. So they had to get a unit, and the only unit he could think of was Rana and me. But we really enjoyed it, and I realized, money-wise also, it is a big, big, big business.
Absolutely,
So
absolutely.
do not, people who think that OTT, even now Bengali OTT, the Peluda that Srijit made for Adda Times is not a small production.
No, no.
By
And I
any
believe that
standards.
the rest of the stories have been taken up by Hoichoi. So he's going to make them for Hoichoi.
Perhaps. Perhaps. So what I'm trying to say is, it's big business. It doesn't matter where you are making it. And Mickey shouldn't be upset about it, because you never know. There are films which have been, like a film called Shomantaral, which was released. And it's a very wonderful film, it's Shomantaral, but it didn't work in movie halls because they didn't have the money to advertise and keep advertising and holding the movie halls. So in 2 weeks, they were out. But that film has been watched on OTT profusely. We made a film called Shudokkina Shari for Z5, and that has now become, for 9 months, it was in the top 5 movies. What I'm trying to say is, it doesn't matter. You cut your coat according to your cloth, and then you go ahead, market it as you can, and put it out. Look at, so there's so many YouTube sensations also. So therefore, you shouldn't feel small because you're doing it for a smaller screen, as they say. Like he said, it's actually, we lack professionalism. We think of our own names rather than returning money. Thank you.
So I think that about sums it up. And there's only one principle which I personally follow and ask everybody whom I know to follow, that do not mislead your financer. And if you want to kind of squander your, like your idea at the behest of someone else's money, that is not the correct way to go about it. So I'm sure we're going to see Kaustav back into the investing space in an OTT platform. Maybe, we'll do something jointly, because there are commission programs. Maybe Sudesh Nadi will be directing them. We'll see Meghdut not, becoming, let's say, kind of floating an OTT platform himself, because that's some meeting which we had. Somebody was trying to get him onto that, which I discouraged, because that's not something which he needs to do. But we will definitely be doing something in, the content space very soon. And on that note, thank you very much. Hope this was not a boring session. Thank you.
Definitely not a boring session, but I will hold you onto the stage, and I'll hold the guest onto the stage, because there's a small felicitation that occurs here right now. So, Mrs. Sen, I would like you to felicitate Shabuni Chakraborty first. Mr. Shupriya Roy. And Shudeshna Roy. No, he and a lot of love. And I would love and request Kaustav to actually felicitate Shotrajita. Frenemies. Yeah, most of my exes call me that. So thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. One photograph for Mukhobostika, maybe. Thank you so very much. That concludes our night's session, but right now I would like to call upon stage Meghdut Roy Chaudhary. Pauline, please, if I could have both of you on stage, and Mr. Ravi Ranjan to give the closing address. It has been an eventful night, but we need to close it in style, and I'm still looking on the jacket. So, Meghdut, your mic, please. Pauline, ladies first. Where is the chivalry gone in this life?
Thank you, everyone, for remaining with us till the end of this event. My feeling is, although we would like always crowds of entrepreneurs to be here with us, etc., we always have some constraints. The pandemic is still going on. The entrepreneurship ecosystem in West Bengal, in Kolkata here is sometimes hesitant. Now, usually when I think about what could have happened better, I tell myself, what if I take the opposite thinking and thought about the situation in which Meghdut was not there at all, in which Up There was not there at all, in which nobody would offer such a platform to anyone. If not us, then who would do that? There is no option, no other option besides trying to do something, trying to be positive, trying to be optimistic about what we can create about for the ecosystem. And what I've witnessed today is makes me so hopeful for the future, basically. So I can only felicitate my one and only Meghdut and Ravi, who have been working so hard for the past 3-4 years, and beyond for Ravi for a bit longer, to create all of these opportunities. With Y East, which is also an aggregating platform for professional organizations working towards impact, I've always been the one advocating for the meaningfulness of one encounter. Doesn't matter if there are thousands of people in one particular place and platform. What matters is maybe I'm going to meet one of you tonight, and maybe you're going to be my next husband. Maybe you're going to be my next collaborator. Maybe you're going to be my next best friend. Maybe you're going to be my next partner in crime. Maybe you're going to be my next partner in business. Who knows what can happen whenever some people create opportunities to meet. And that's what happened tonight. So I'm very proud to have been part of the initiative and congratulate the curator-in-chief, Meghdut Roy Chaudhary. Over to you.
Well, hopefully not your next husband. But thank you all for coming down today. Again, first.
That was to illustrate a situation for non-married people of that crowd.
Yeah. Also, that's how we met, because we met randomly. Anyway, that was 6 years ago, and things have changed. And now I'm back in Calcutta, and we're trying to make something out of nothing. And I think it falls down upon some people. I mean, a couple of things that I want to thank today. I think my dad was here. And I don't think you understand the importance of that particular moment for a son, when your dad, who is possibly the greatest entrepreneur that you'll ever meet and the person who's inspired you from when you were 5 years old, turns up at an event 25 years later and says some good things about you, and also says that my son would have probably squandered all the money, and I'm glad he didn't, and he wants to spend it on entrepreneurship. So good for me, I guess. But the fact that we are able to create ecosystems, and I completely agree with you on that we're able to create ecosystems which support people, irrespective of which sector they're from. Today, I'm so glad we were able to do a session on sustainability. We were able to do a session on media and entertainment. I'm very glad that Shabonidhi, you mentioned this. Shabonidhi also happens to be my mom's friend. I have also challenged her to the fact that she might very soon become a closer friend to me than to my mom. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, it's still okay. But the whole point being, we as privileged people in the city, not in just the city of Calcutta, in the city of any city at all, if you look at it, privileged people have two options. One is ignore your privilege and continue doing whatever you could have done. Like, I could have gone my entire life without doing anything. My parents built an empire so large and so vast, and with so many opportunities for so many people, that I could have not done anything at all. But there's also the second option, wherein we try to give back our privilege. I know I'm maybe in the top 0.5% of people in the world in terms of my privilege, and if I don't do anything about it, what would my friends say? That's what I think. Every day I wake up in the morning, I'm like, what would Skand say? He will not let me sleep at night. What would Shotrajit say? Anyway, he already makes that much fun of me. What would Kaustav say? And that's the kind of stuff that keeps you going every day. That's the kind of stuff, the reason why, and we haven't announced this yet, but in 2019, right before the pandemic, And we had started Offbeat, and Offbeat was going well and well enough, I guess. And I said to myself, you know what, I'm going to expand Offbeat to 3 other cities. And that didn't happen, thankfully, C word. But it's my pleasure to announce today that we're moving into Pune, Hyderabad, and Delhi by the next couple of years. Offbeat is going to go as a homegrown brand, built, curated in the city of joy, and that goes out. And for me, that's what I want. That's why I came back to Calcutta. If I'm able to do that, and for various other reasons, like actually I'm glad that we did not go with Offbeat in 2019 to 3 other cities, because the rooftop wouldn't have happened. The concept of Cafe Offbeat up there happened only because of the pandemic, because there was a need for people to come in and enjoy time in an open space, have their parties, have their meetings in an open space. It happened because there was a reason for it. I am a huge believer in destiny. I'm a huge believer in if something's meant to happen, it will happen. Ke sara sara. And I'm glad that it did that the way that it did. I'm glad Startup Carnival 3.0 is happening the way that it did. I'm glad we never did a big event for Startup Carnival before, because it was a very organic growth. I'm glad everything happens the way it does in some way or the other. I'm glad all of you came down today to spend some time with us. To do what? To what end? Just maybe to spend your first not maybe evening outside, but your first event outside, and I'm glad you did it with us. I'm glad you did it with me. I'm glad you did it with Pauline. I'm glad you did it with Ravi and all the rest of us. So I'm thankful. This is a note of gratitude from me as the founder of Technopreneurs, Offbeat, Topcat, whatever else we're doing in the world right now. And I'm hope that tomorrow you will keep continuing to support the journey. Today in Calcutta, tomorrow in Pune, day after in Hyderabad, in Delhi, as a homegrown brand, and we'll change the narrative for Bengal. Banglateo ব্যবসা হবে, Banglateo innovation হবে, Banglateo creativity হবে, and we'll make sure that happens. That's a pledge from my side. I will not sleep until that happens. Thank you very much. And I see a very dear friend of mine, Deepak. Deepak, tumi kothay? I've been waiting for Deepak to come down. Deepak, we need you on stage if you could please. He came for the drinks, that I know already, but we're gonna have a lovely evening today, I know for sure. Deepak Daftari is the president of TAI Kolkata, if you know what of TAI, the Indus Entrepreneurs. He's also my mentor. He was the last chairperson of the Entrepreneurs Committee of Bengal Chamber. I took on that position from him. He's somebody that I greatly enjoy spending time with, and now that he's here, I'd love for him. I keep getting distracted by Deepak's mustache. I've been seeing it for 3 years now, and I still keep getting distracted by it, but I'd love for Deepak to say a word or two.
Thanks, Meghdut. I think the initiative, I missed the first half in the afternoon. My apologies for that. Been working with Meghdut for 2 years now. I see his passion for entrepreneurship. I see his passion for Bengal. And I see his passion and vision to do something for entrepreneurs who are homegrown here. Not take the next success story from Delhi or Mumbai or Bangalore, but he wants to create the ecosystem here, do something good for the people who are based out of here, and also at the same time expand the network and take it to other cities. So my hats off to you, Meghdut, and may you reach higher success, may you reach more startups, and may you have bigger achievements. Thank you.
Quick word about TAI. TAI, of course, was one of our partners today. A quick word for those who are uninitiated, maybe a little word about TAI and your work and what you hope to achieve with TAI as the president.
So having taken over as the president of TAI Kolkata just a month back, see, TAI is one of the largest entrepreneur organizations worldwide with 63 chapters globally. And the motto of TAI is just one word: network. We create the platform for people to come. They are charter members who are trying to build their business, who are trying to grow and achieve something, and then they are charter members who are willing to give back to the ecosystem, people who have made it big and people who want to help the next generation. Ravi's worked very closely with us in the TAICon which we had pre-COVID. The objective of TAI is very simple. We don't take money. We just give you the opportunity. We just give you the platform to grow, come, network, have a good time with us, and maybe you'll find the next mentor. We've helped people like Sagar grow from this city. We've helped people like Zostel grow from this city. We've helped people like Bengal Speech and Hearing grow from this city. So that's our motto. we don't ask you for anything. We ask you is your involvement on a dedicated basis, and together we all grow. So that's and as far as my next 2-year vision goes, the vision is very simple. We run a few dedicated programs. We've tied up with IIM Calcutta. We tied up with IIT Kharagpur. We're in the process of tying up with other IIMs also. All we want to do is bring very concentrated networking opportunities and mentor clinics, wherein even after you network, we handhold you, we give you mentor clinics, we help you grow. And then also we are tying up with the Chamber of Commerces of the city, wherein if your program needs a pilot to be run, we'll try to arrange that also for you, and all free of cost. All we want is your involvement and your love for the ecosystem. And as far as possible, give it back to the next guy who's below the chain. Help him out. Thank you.
And I will welcome now Megdut to felicitate Deepak and our partner Tycoon. Ravi, do you want to say a few closing words?
So, on behalf of Technopreneurs, I would like to thank everyone, but I would just like to summarize that the kind of passion Meghdut brings, I have seen this for so many years, but I'm sure today all of you experience right from the beginning. He was here motivating all of us. I would like to take a couple of names very quickly. All our partners such as Free Flow, 10,000 Startups, NASCOM, Y East, Venture Catalyst to support this event, and most importantly, people from our team. It's a teamwork. Harsh, where's Harsh? Harsh has been up almost every day. Thanks a lot, Harsh. Harsh is here. We have Rupal, the man, the women behind the show every time. Shilaz for all the support in the promotion of the event. We were covered. In fact, yesterday, almost all the media houses from East India mentioned Startup Carnival. We were there organically. Yeah. Shilaz. Tuhin is not here, but he's the man behind this beautiful design. Tuhin is... Yes.
So one thing we've realized post COVID crisis is that we were actually missing out on a huge number of people who could be getting access to your programs, your events. We were never live streaming events, if you think about it that way. Since in the COVID lockdown, because I have a lot of interest in the music and entertainment space as well, we've done 300 live streamed shows for people across the world with artists from the city. So we've done shows in Dubai, we've done shows in the UAE, we've done shows in America, in Canada, in Europe, and every major artist that you can think of from the city's done that. Now we are taking that to our events as well. Our entire show today was live streamed on Facebook, and it's something that we hope to keep doing in the future. We also want to make sure that this can become an additional revenue platform for a lot of other people. Currently, we're in the process of advising and consulting various chambers of commerce on going digital as well. Phygital, as my friend Akib said, but I don't know where Akib is right now. And hopefully, tomorrow's future is not all about tech. See, at the end of the day, tech is only an enabler. Tech is great, but if the content itself is not good, tech se kya hoga? It's really not that useful, right? But the mix of the two is beautiful, and hopefully as tech babies ourselves, as digital natives, we can push that narrative further, and hopefully we'll be able to reach out to people in Purulia, in Murshidabad, in Uttar Dinajpur, and hopefully the spirit of entrepreneurship, the way that we believe in all of it. When I start speaking about entrepreneurship, I speak with a lot of heart, I speak with a lot of passion, and I know I overspeak every time. That's okay. I know it's a potential fault of mine, but hopefully if we are able to bring that enthusiasm for entrepreneurship amongst people who don't get that much access, if we can bridge that accessibility gap, I think tomorrow's Bengal is going to be a lot more beautiful, and hopefully we'll be right in front leading the change for that. So, Pauline, over to you.
I think it's in your genes, Meghdut. I would like to call Cheyenne also to complete the TSVPL team, and then we'll get going for TSVPL. Prama is here too.
I would also like to thank Orko for being a wonderful host. And with this, I would like to share my thought. When I think about Bengal, I'm not from Bengal, but now I love to call myself a Bengali and from Kolkata. We have some very amazing people. What I see, there's a lot of potential. What we keep discussing is interdisciplinarity in the TIU, TIG group as well. I think what we need to do is that we should not treat startup as an isolated vertical. We should try and bring startup entrepreneurs, technology, to work with media, to work with OTT, to work with design, to work in consulting. I think there's a lot of opportunity and possibility. Maybe with Make Dooth, with support of all the people around here, we can once again go back and say that entrepreneurship is not about building software and applications, but it can be implemented in any vertical. I think that's what I wanted to see. This is the entire team which did the show. And thank you so much everyone for joining in and staying so late.
Photo and also I want to mention what Orko used to do and what he does now. This is interesting. So Orko's been a radio jockey for about 5-6 years. But what he's also does is he's a combat master. He is an MMA teacher. Recently we started a school for mixed martial arts. There's kickboxing, Krav Maga, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and all of that jazz. Paulina and I are Orko students. So as from students to our teacher, hopefully tomorrow is not going to be too hard because we've had a few drinks and a lot of food as well. This is from us to Orko. Orko, thanks so much for agreeing to host the show and always coming. Orko's always been there no matter what. We're doing an ad shoot, whatever. He's part of the family now. Anything we do, Orko's always with a big happy smile on his face. He's always agrees to anything that we do. We'll keep pestering you with that. Thank you very much for being part of that system.
That brings us to the end of the wonderful Startup Carnival 3.0. The floor is open for cocktail and drink. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of this. I would like to thank our event partner, One House Designs, National Stock Exchange. I would also like to thank Offbeat for their amazing hospitality. The drinks are open for the speakers. If you'd like to buy the pass, you can buy it. And for the ones who have purchased the cocktail passes, I would request our performer to perform tonight to